spend some time together, laugh it up to the morning sun. 'Cause it feels so good, girl. It feels so right. Can we spend time together tonight? So could I have you tomorrow? Could I have you today? Could I have you forever? Would you find that okay? Darling, look at the stars tonight. Is your bed of roses? Omutugi haoni. Iridahu. Omutugi haoni. Iridahu.
KUAMFM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
From the very first time I placed my eyes on you, girl, my heart said follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line, and the way to feel is fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. I wanna know how to do my thing. So don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know now. I wanna know if you're gonna come. Let me see. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. 'Cause if summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Winter is here, and I'm still waiting there. Thanks for ending. It's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door. And I can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now. I can knock some more. In life, I know there's a lot of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn. Let me see. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. I don't wanna wait it, babe, for your love. I don't wait in vain. You say I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. You say I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. 'Cause if summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Winter is here, and I'm still waiting there. Yeah, yeah. I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. Oh, see, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain. Oh, see, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't wanna wait in vain.
The link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
I know that we mutually Sombranzalten mag et zu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzen malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matuno Nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíso,
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir.
morning, sir.
All right, looks
He
like
spoke.
yeah, he did.
He speaks. I've been saying for months. I was like, well, you know, when the pandemic is finally going to be over, not yet, but when it finally is, you could be standing next to DJ Joe, sir, in line at like the bank for an hour. You'd never know it was him.
He does talk. Good morning again, Joe, sir, with that great shot on the sunrise outside in Harmon. We don't really get much sunrise here in Harmon, so when we do, it's always great. It's Thursday, the 14th day of January.
It's Thursday?
Yeah.
I
know.
It was Wednesday.
Coming up on a 3-day weekend.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. And somebody is going to be taking a little break.
Not a little
Is that
break.
you?
Someone's going on vacation.
We'll give you a little more info on that
She
later
said
on.
it yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So,
All of you found out when we found out. It's like, oh, really?
So Sabrina's going to be taking next week off, and Andy Wheeler's going to be coming on. I was able to talk with my old radio buddy yesterday.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
Yo, okay.
Yeah, I was
'cause I
gonna say-
hadn't even told him
Yeah,
yet.
I was like, does he know that?
So I was like, yeah, can you come on the show? And he was like, no. He was like, just kidding. So it'll be me and Andy Wheeler and, you know, everyone else. We'll get
that
it all
should be
handled.
Okay.
Exciting.
Yeah.
We had a lengthy segment when you were gone on your vacation, when you were assumedly like kicking back on the beach. But there was a gentleman who came on. He was one of Vic's friends and everything. Huge star, like on TikTok.
Yeah. Big ball.
And he was coming on, and then he actually wanted to talk to, you know, just saying what he's doing for the community, trying to be funny and positive. But he was telling Andy, and he goes, I grew up watching the Malfunction show. You know, I saw that the impact that you guys had, you know, you and Andy and Julius on the community, and, you know, through laughter, and, you know, you could make a serious statement about very heavy topics through comedy. And he said, I just wanted to say, you know, you guys, like, gave me the itch to get into this. And then, you know, we actually talked about, you know, I'm sure the
We
fact
should
that
replay that interview.
yeah, I'm sure you played it
Dude,
multiple
it was
times.
actually really, it was
Yeah.
a really good interview.
Yeah, the guy's name.
Oh, yeah. I feel bad.
I know he shot me a message on Instagram.
No,
and
no, I got it right here.
I got to respond. No, my
Because
bad.
his TikTok is hilarious.
Right, he's got a TikTok. He's also got an IG.
Yeah, but we were actually talking, and we were saying, you know, with Andy, and we're like, I'm sure the fact that, you know, is there going to be a Malfunction reunion comes up at least a million times a week.
Yeah, so
As the focal point of that little trio and everything like that. How often do you get that request?
a lot, yeah. But you know,
Chamorro Diamond.
Chamorro Diamond,
Yeah.
As close as a Malfunction reunion you're gonna get is gonna be next week, and that's that's what you're gonna get. 626. The show brought to you by Carrier. Thank you, Carrier, for jumping on board. The Link family of sponsors, also IT&E and Calvo Enterprises. Burger King, we do Cover Me, and we'll have Cover Me from Ray Santos this morning. Also on the way on the show, we have got a lot going on this morning. We'll check in with the Guam Federation of Teachers President Tim Fidenko. He'll be joined by their field rep, Robert Koss, to kind of talk about going back to school. Obviously, a lot of teachers in the GFT and what they're saying about going back to face-to-face learning. Dr. Hoa Wen from the Physician Advisory Group also going to come on and talk about the vaccinations at the clinic level. And then we'll get Senator Sabina Perez, Department of Labor Oversight, and Senator Clint Rigel, who's Oversight of Utilities, to kind of talk about what's going on in their corner. I know Senator Sabina is going to want to chime in on this Department of Labor issue, which we broke here on the show. Then there was a press conference from the Congressman, Michael St. Nicholas, later on in the afternoon. And I think right now the people of Guam are waking up and they don't know what to think. So we're getting to the straight story. We actually have Dave De La Sola standing by in the KU Wave News Zoom room. We've got Simon Sanchez, CCU, coming on to talk about some of the bills that are going to impact the utilities that could be hitting the session floor soon. And then we'll talk with Glenn St. Nicholas, Solid Waste Program Manager out of Guam EPA, to kind of clarify a little bit the plastic bag ban that went into effect at the beginning of the year. I know people are scratching their heads wondering why they're still seeing plastic bags being given out at stores, so we'll talk about why that is. coming up, and then we'll visit with our friends at Mount Carmel all the way down in Again to talk about how they're getting ready for resumption of face-to-face learning. Bree, how do you want to do this? You want to jump over to Dave?
I think we should.
Okay.
Do you want to run the Michael St. Nicholas little clip from his
Yeah,
press
we're going to run this.
conference?
There's a clip here from the Congressman Michael St. Nicholas, who had a press conference yesterday, and the purpose of this press conference was to clarify comments that were made about the pandemic unemployment assistance. So again, Congressman, our delegate Michael St. Nicholas.
I want to begin first by making it very clear that prior to Mr. De La Sola's announcement, we were not contacted and we were not consulted as to whether or not such an announcement should be made. I would like to emphasize that before we make such announcements of with such considerable impact, we first circle our bases and try and get our messaging together in order to prevent the community from panicking and going into a tailspin like they are now. My phone's been blowing up with people trying to reach us, messages being sent, and we wanted to make sure we addressed it holistically. First of all, the most important point to make very clear is that we have not in the Congress received any such guidance that has been announced in the media recently from the Guam Department of Labor. I repeat, there is no guidance that we have received that is consistent with the information that has been recently made public, that those who are on reduced hours will not qualify for the pandemic unemployment assistance that they were qualifying for previously. I do have in front of me the latest guidance in writing from the US Department of Labor, and this latest guidance in writing is dated as of December 30th. No additional guidance in writing has been provided. I also want to emphasize very clearly that the law that created the initial pandemic unemployment assistance and the criteria for eligibility has not changed. In the omnibus, when we passed it in December, it extended timelines. It created clarification on how to resolve disputes. But it did not in any fashion change the eligibility requirements. I did, within the last half hour, have a very brief conversation with Director De La Sola, and he wasn't able to speak at length with me because he was going into other hearings that he had previously scheduled, but he did inform me that the information he received was via telephone call that was in a conference with other jurisdictions that were on a similar call. But again, we have not received any such information in our offices. The conversation that I had with Director De La Sola also indicated that he was not able to ask any questions on the call to get any clarity in direct relation to whether or not these items are going to be coming out in writing, when this is going to be published, or even the finality of the decision per se. So I wanted to begin first by urging the community to not panic and to make the community very much aware that the law for pandemic unemployment assistance eligibility has not changed. In light of the recent announcement by the Director of the Department of Labor on Guam, we just got this news within the last hour as well. And my team is immediately reaching out to the various channels that we have in the House of Representatives, particularly the Committee on Ways and Means, to once again get clarity. I do want to emphasize as well that when the CARES Act was first passed earlier in 2020, there was an initial reaction at the local level that it did not apply to Guam, and that turned out to be incorrect. And I'm fairly confident that through our inquiries, we should be able to generate enough clarity to make sure that we clear this up and also render the recent announcement to be incorrect as well. And for a variety of reasons. The first of which is that the pandemic unemployment assistance language in the law is not specific to Guam or territories. That needs to be very clear. we made sure to artfully write the language or contribute to the writing of the language in a way where the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program would apply to all states and territories equally. And so the ineligibility that's being announced is going to impact the entire country. As per the communication of Director De La Sola earlier, he mentioned that other states and jurisdictions were voicing their concerns. Some of their concerns as well was that if PUA eligibility was to be reinterpreted in that fashion, it would also make many workers in the states ineligible for FPUC, the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation, the additional $300. And the reason why that would be so is because in order to qualify for FPUC, you need to be receiving PUA. And so if there is a change in reduced hours workers being able to receive PUA, they would also likewise be unable to receive FPUC, and that would affect workers throughout the country. My staff informed me that when this news broke, they immediately began scouring major Department of Labor agencies throughout the states to see if similar announcements were being made. We have not seen any so far. And so to my knowledge, our jurisdiction is the only one right now going public with this kind of information. And I think that the reason why that may be so is because it's important for us to first circle back and clarify whether or not this interpretation is actually accurate.
That was Congressman Michael St. Nicholas with a little sniblet from his press conference yesterday. And Bree, some of the takeaways from that press conference?
Well, actually, just a real quick update. I did message him this morning for any new movement on the issue, and he did respond, and he said, we're working to get consensus on statement specifics from our contacts. What that means, I have no idea. But we're going to go into our Zoom room and bring in Department of Labor Director David De La Sola.
Hold on. What's that deal with the echo again, guys? Stand by.
All right.
Okay.
Good morning, Dave.
Hi, Dave. Dave De La Sola, Labor Director.
Love you.
Love you too.
Woo, boy.
Chris, not so much. Just kidding.
Dave
Okay.
had a ringside seat during Dave had a ringside seat for some fireworks here. During
Hey, it is what it is, you know.
Just makes
It
me
is.
miss my brothers and sisters.
Woo, Sabrina and I are the best of friends, but that doesn't mean we agree on everything at all.
Pretty special when you can
Our approach is different.
communicate like that and just go right back to what you're doing. Just reminds me of my family.
Dave, so I don't even know where to start. We'll just start with, do we need to re-clarify anything, or just what's your response to this press conference from the congressman?
Well, we did have a 5-minute conversation, and it was somewhat productive, even though he caught me in the middle of an appeals hearings. But, he's not totally off. He didn't have all the facts. This is more of an administrative thing, and this is not something that both he and I can agree, not something that we want to do and something that we want to have implemented in the island. But during my webinars and my briefings with USDOL, this is what was said. And I'm going to turn on this system today, and everybody is going to be able to start filing their weeklies and put in their claims. And I sent out emails with these questions straight to DC to try to get them to address it clearly, and what happened, what changed, why is this happening now? Because when I did contact my region, they agreed to what was said on the webinar. So it would be kind of not responsible for me to turn on the system and have everybody start applying for the weeklies and then they be disqualified and have to overpay it yet. So don't apply. If you're reduced hours, don't apply. Don't do anything. This is the guidance that I got from USDOL. I am asking for clarity. I even asked the congressman since he's in DC, to reach out to USDOL and also make the arguments to them. nothing would make me happier than them to say, oh, we changed our mind, or this is what you need to do, or something different. But I can't, in good conscience, turn on the system as quickly as I am going to do today, as with all the states. All the states are pretty much turning on their system this week and are going to start. I'm going to batch on Tuesday. The last thing I want to do is batch these people with reduced hours, and then they have to turn around and they're going to have to pay it all back because they're going to spend it. So,
Dave, could you just can you just provide some clarification? Because the congressman, he referenced a December 30th guidance. Is there an updated guidance that you have received or are aware of?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And his attorneys or whoever his staff were missed that one. There was a guidance that came out on January 8th.
Okay.
It was Unemployment Insurance Program Letter 16-20 Change 4. And that's the section JJ of the qualified COVID reasons for you to be able to file. That's what USDOL is referencing, and it was added and updated. And that is a direct quote in bold letters that basically stated that those working reduced hours, and I'm paraphrasing it, only self-employed gig workers are the only ones that would qualify, and the rest aren't. And that's where USDOL is giving us that guidance that everybody else would not be qualified.
Okay, Dave. So just for the record, once and for all, do people who are working reduced hours qualify for the PUA, according to the guidance that you have in your hand right now?
From the guidance that I have and from what I heard, they do not qualify. I am also asking to try to get directly to DC to explain to me why they're not, what was the change. And I did ask the congressman to do the same, to please try to get through. They're all right now writing these guidances and getting this new program up. So they're all running 300 miles an hour, trying to do all this. Usually I can get through to the people. I've been trying all morning, but I did, like I said, send an email up to the UI administrator to, she's the expert, and she's the one that basically mentioned this during the webinar. So, you know, if there's a change, and I'll be the first one to be dancing if there was, then I'll announce it.
Dave,
And,
one thing that
from what I have, the paperwork I have, it says they're not. And I couldn't, in good conscience, turn on the system today and batch on Tuesday and then have all these thousands of people be disqualified. So just hold on, wait. I want to put the final nail in it. And, you know, this just came out over the weekend, Guam time. And, you know, so I had to balance. Do I turn on the system and pay those people who are unemployed and tell these people with reduced hours to not file? Or do I just delay it till next week and everybody wait? So this is what I'm doing. Turning on the system. I'm going to pay those who are unemployed. They need the money now. They have no work. Tell the people with reduced hours not to file. According to the guidance, they're saying that they're not qualified, and I'll confirm it and circle around it next week whenever I can get through to them. And I hope the congressman can get through. The governor is confident, you know, that hopefully when Biden, you know, they are a little busy over there.
Oh, you don't say.
They, you know, maybe when the Biden administration comes in, that, you know, we can get a better line of communication, you know, something a little more, you know, easy to talk to and communicate with, and hopefully we can solve this and make it retro. You know, I'm not giving up on this. I'm just reading what the Secretary of Labor gives to me.
Right.
And you know me, I'm very transparent, and I tell it, as I learn it. This isn't Dave Della Sola's interpretation. This isn't what I'm saying. This is what I'm hearing from my webinars and training as I implement this PUA, second part.
Right. And I know it was such a bombshell yesterday on the show. It was just bad news, right? But as you had said, you read this guidance a bunch of times. It's the latest guidance. That being said, what was your reaction when the congressman came out with that press conference? I mean, basically saying your interpretation of this was maybe wrong.
Well, it caught me a little bit by surprise, because we had a quick and short conversation, and I did reach out to him, and I did ask him to try to get a hold of labor, and saying that I was wrong. I think it was better to say that we're going to work together to try to solve it, and that's my hope, is that we work together to try to solve it, because like him, we're both in agreement. He didn't pass any change. They did accept what he said was true, but it's who puts together the programs, the guidelines, and the procedures. That's USDOL. It's their money that they gave me. It's their program that I'm implementing. It's their instructions that I follow. And I hope that he can get somewhere and get it changed. I don't care where it gets changed, because I would love it for our people to get back qualified again. And that's a little bit out of my pay range, but I continue to reach out, and I hope he reaches out and solves it, and we can work together and get it done. But as it stands now, I got to go with what conscience and what information I have, and I don't want our people to be overpaid and have to pay it back if this does get cemented in. Hold on.
There's one thing that he did say in the press conference, that the language in the law for PUA 1 did not change in the law for PUA 2. So he also said that it appears that Guam appears to be the only jurisdiction that's having an issue with this.
Well,
is this because we don't have an unemployment insurance program?
From his perspective, and in Congress, that's true. But when they pass something and then they've given it to the Department of Labor to run and put together the guidances, somewhere something changed. That I told him, I don't know what happened. I'm not over there. I'm not an attorney. I don't know all this stuff. All I can tell is what is given to me in black and white, what was said in the training of how we're supposed to implement it, who's qualified. I did 3 trainings at 5 o'clock in the morning, listening to not only me, but all the states. And they're the ones that asked that question. I couldn't get through to the question board. And that's the one that, so it does affect them. He's incorrect on that from what I heard. They're the ones that asked the question. And like I said, this is not, I hope to God I'm wrong. I'll be the first one to come on and say I'm wrong, and that everybody can reduce hours. But that's not what I heard. That's not what I was told to do with USDOL, and I need to proceed with that. And I hope that the congressman can correct it. And I'm going to work on it. I sent emails to ask for where, how, and why this came out. It may take a week or so, and I don't want to wait to pay our people for those who are unemployed, like I said, I'm repeating myself. But I'm running in a very quick pace. Specific instructions, get the money out. And with that means I can't dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and double check everything and push and wait and stall while we're all the way to this side of the world and I'm trying to get, 100% guidance from the other side. I'm going to move, I'm going to pay, I'm going to tell those people to hold off and wait until I get it in black and white, straight from their mouth saying, yes, Dave, you're right. these reduced hours, employees can't get paid. But until that happens, I'm going by what I learned from the webinars. And, I hope I'm wrong too.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
I
during
hope I'm wrong.
during the webinar, because during the webinar, other jurisdictions did raise issues with this.
Yes.
Okay.
They're the ones that asked the question. One of the states came in, and which was a lot of our questions were all the same. So that's why, maybe they didn't get to my questions, but they found, they put similar questions together.
But does this have anything to do with Guam not having an unemployment insurance program?
Well, no, not
Okay.
necessarily. This has to do with PUA.
Yeah.
And PUA runs together with an unemployment program. And if we had an unemployment program, this wouldn't be so much of an issue. But since we don't, everybody falls into PUA. And in the States, it's only a small segment, mostly the gig workers and the self-employed who don't qualify for UI go into PUA. For us, it's everybody. And so that's why it doesn't affect the states as much. Because, those people in UI get reduced unemployment levels. And, if they making a smaller income, they can still qualify for UI, not for PUA.
Well, don't take it personal, Dave, but I really hope you're wrong, and I hope the congressman's right. I'm not sure if he is, but
I'm in 100% agreement with
Yeah.
you both. Nothing would make me happier than to be wrong. And it's not me being wrong. Maybe I am interpreting, maybe I heard wrong. I don't think so. And in good conscience, I can't tell them to apply. And while I'm waiting for that answer, but I did talk to Region, and they confirmed it. So it's not like I'm flying totally blind. And stay tuned. Maybe the congressman can get through and get a change
hope so.
and say that he's right. I'd love it.
Well, it's definitely going to take some kind of lobbying, right? And I mean, I don't even know how we got to this point. I feel like we have a congressman, we have a liaison over there. I should have been on this thing from start to finish, and it's just rather unfortunate that we're at a point where we're hearing a lot of maybes and not so many for sures, Dave. But anything in closing? So long.
Have you spoken to him since the press conference?
No, he called me in the middle of my hearing, and I had a
Okay.
5-minute, and I said that I will, send him all the information, and I'll get everything that he needs. He said, "Okay, thanks, Dave." And in the middle of the meeting, I see him, I hear that everybody's messaging me that he's having a press conference. I'm sort of saying, "What?" I thought we're going to work together. But he, like I said, he's feeling what I felt over the weekend. I had to work through those feelings, believe me. And like I said, all things aside, I hope he can get through to the highest levels at USDOL and get it resolved, or figure out how to get it resolved. That's what I asked him. He goes, "Well, how should I do this?" I go, "I don't have all the attorneys and all the staff over there. Please, find out what it is. If it takes legislation, then attach it to the $2,000 talks. If it's an administrative thing, then I don't know. Let's try to figure out what it takes. Work with us and trying to get it resolved." We had a great conversation for 5 minutes that it was.
Well, you didn't have the numbers yesterday, but do you have the numbers today in terms of how many people this impacts?
I was saying we don't have those numbers because the system doesn't delineate who's working at reduced or who's not working at all. It's all qualified claimants. If you're qualified, then you're qualified. And if you have an income, you just put in that income, and it reduces your benefit levels. And it doesn't put it in those kind of categories. To get that kind of information would take a script that the programmers would have to run specifically, and that would take weeks.
But it's
I
a lot
know
of people.
It affects
Okay.
thousands of people. I know it affects a lot of people because I hear it every time I'm out there. So, I do have the pulse of what's going on in our island because I'm living it and I'm out there.
Yeah.
And it does affect a lot of people. And like I said, this is not something that I take very lightly or want to do, but hold off. Don't apply. That's the first advice when I turn on the system. And let's see if the governor, the congressman, or myself can resolve this once and for all. Work together, one Guam, and get this done. I don't care how it's done, but that's my hope. And Congressman, good luck, and please figure out the solution, and I'll be glad to work together to get this resolved.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. And hopefully people took your advice before Christmas when they were getting their PUA to save their money. So
I hope so. And I'm going to get this money out again. We're going to batch Tuesday. So stay tuned, and I'll tell you the dates of what we're going to batch up to. We still have one more week of the last PUA that everybody can, if they didn't expire, at least get another week's worth of money.
Thank you, Dave.
thanks, Dave.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Be on standby, because I don't know if the congressman's going to respond to your response, and then we're going to need you to get your response to his response to your response.
I'm always here to help the congressman to help our island.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we'll get a joint press conference.
That'd be great.
Love it.
Okay, see you, Dave.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
All right. Good morning. By the way, had to jump right into that, and wow, look at the time, 6:55. So let's just jump into the next thing here. There's a new CDC guidance on travel, and Bree.
Right, yeah. Effective January 26th, a new CDC guideline will go into effect requiring a negative PCR test for all passengers entering the United States, and in Guam's case, all international travelers arriving here. The test must be done within 3 days to travel. According to the new guidance, aside from pre-arrival testing, another test is recommended 3 to 5 days after arrival with a 7-day quarantine. Airlines are mandated to deny boarding of passengers if they do not provide documentation of their negative results or choose not to take a test. The CDC, with the U.S. already in surge status, the testing requirement for air passengers will slow the spread of the virus as they work to vaccinate the American public. The congressman says that the new CDC order does not include individuals traveling from U.S. territories. The order stating foreign country means anywhere that is not a state, territory, or possession of the U.S. In a nutshell, that means that if you are from Guam and plan on going on vacation to the mainland, then the requirement does not apply.
And let's get Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, to kind of go in on this new guidance. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
So your 2 cents on that?
I think that this is a good move overall. It only strengthens our ability overall to protect our island, in particular when we're considering Guam's status. And so it will only affect currently, a small percentage of travelers coming to Guam, given that most of the travelers entering Guam are domestic travelers. And so that's where we are. We are looking into it. And in all honesty, probably the next phase of any change in the quarantine will probably incorporate a PCR test or a antigen test prior to arrival, if there's going to be any adjustments to that, to our current quarantine protocol. So it doesn't change anything too much. It actually, we think it's fine, and we welcome it.
Yeah, it was something that John Kanata over at the airport, he had been hinting that something was coming down about testing at the airport before you leave Guam. So now, when we get this guidance, so if I decide to go on vacation, I don't need to take a PCR test 3 days before I leave.
Go on vacation where? Oh, before
to
you
the States.
You're talking
yeah,
about
to the
before
States.
you-
Yeah.
To the States currently, that doesn't
Okay.
appear what the requirement is,
Yeah.
that you're still traveling domestically.
Yeah, just want to make sure. Because, sometimes people treat Guam as if it's international.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. But I think they made that clear in this
Yeah.
regard. And it's still being looked into. But from my understanding, that even if you're transiting let's say you're transiting to Tokyo, that requirement won't necessarily be in place because your point of disembarkment was if it was domestic, then that should still be okay upon entering Guam.
Doc, let me ask you this. Now, obviously, this new guidance is meant to put more teeth, right, in protocols that and mitigation efforts for the spread of the virus. And if it doesn't apply to us, do we need to like step up in any way to kind of fill in whatever gaps this new guidance was trying to fill in?
You know, we're already much stronger than that. Now, remember, we have mandatory quarantine basically, and that we have in the government facility, and so that's not something that's happening in the rest of the continental U.S., for example. And so it's really just you enter and then nothing else. But then now they're just adding this one layer, and then everything else is about a suggestion of a test 3 to 5 days later. Here we actually test on the 6th day, and so it's actually we're already much stronger than this requirement. We are ahead of the game. The governor's made it very clear that she has no intention of changing right now. It's very important that we continue our quarantine requirements as it is right now for travelers entering. In especially with the threat of the variant strain in the world, that's something that we do not want here on this island.
Yeah, I think that's also part of the reason why the CDC put forth this memo was because of that variant.
Yeah.
So tonight at the PAG, what will you guys be discussing?
So there's probably this will be a good topic, but it's likely going to include also vaccinations and testing. All the efforts that that's going through right now, and so a lot of the focus is on vaccination and scaling up. There was a very important meeting that happened yesterday morning where the state surgeon cell presented to General Perna, who's the head of Operation Warp Speed. Presented a build-up plan for our vaccination, and basically we're the main argument is that we don't want the excuse that manufacturing or anything is going to limit Guam supply. That we are actually one of the top in the nation in terms of actually vaccinating the percentage of our population, and because of that, because we're using it so efficiently, we want a higher allocation. And so we're talking, right now we're allowed to order about 15,000 doses a month. We want that number to go up to at least 35,000, honestly, for us to be able to meet certain benchmarks and goals for what we want to accomplish in terms of herd immunity. Now, the chief medical scientist officer or something like that at the WHO does not think that the world will achieve herd immunity this year, and so but admits that there will be pockets of areas in several countries, in several areas that will achieve this, and we want to be one of those, and we believe we can actually even by potentially this summer.
So what was the response from General Perna?
One is he promised us that we will get our minimum of the 15,000, and that now and then he'll do everything he can to increase that allotment. And this coincides exactly with the HHS Secretary Azar, who's now stating that they are going to be releasing more of these sort of reserves, second dose reserves, to areas, especially those areas that are particularly very efficient in administering vaccines. If you look at the Bloomberg website, they actually have even more up to date than the New York Times numbers of how the states and territories are performing. And and when you look at that as shots per capita, guess who's number 1 and number 2? Basically the Mariana Islands, both Guam and the CNMI. And so CNMI edging out just a little bit, but that's really impressive, and that's something that we should be extremely proud of. I know that there's a lot of things that we can do better on, and we will do better on, but this is already a tremendous accomplishment that we're doing here on this island, and we're only going to grow exponentially from here. I will say that there's very heavy plans and things in motion for getting the UOG Fieldhouse online to be a vaccination site. And this is in addition to what we're already doing, for example. And then we're also working on getting it rolled out to more of the private clinics so that patients that are already scheduled can get it during their visit if they meet the criteria. So there's a lot going on, and we are, this is one of the biggest operational efforts here on this island since, probably World War II. And there's a lot of moving parts, but every day we're learning and from our mistakes, and we're getting more efficient.
So you think if we get the extra vaccines that we're asking for, will we be able to handle that additional workload?
Yeah. Yes. And so right now, this is all very rough. This is all mostly theoretic, but it's actually not even that theoretic because we actually see ourselves very, doing this actually very realistically, is giving out as much as 8,700 vaccines every week. And that's something that we're really close to doing, honestly. And so now there's going to be staples in this where, like, for example, in Arahan, at the Southern Regional Community Health Center, that's going to be a staple in terms of a vaccine site. We have Okudu, obviously, but if Okudu is no longer available, there's contingencies for that as well that are being worked on. And then in addition, having UOG Fieldhouse as a staple as well. And then, of course, the clinics themselves being a staple.
When is public health going to move from category 1C to a different category? I don't recall what the next level is.
So right now, again, because we're in 1C for certain groups, right? And so we don't have all of 1B. We do have all of 1A that are greenlit basically. And so the next step that we're, right now, I'll just give you some. This is not counting this week. This is since at the end of last week. For the 75 plus, we've vaccinated at least the first vaccine about 28.7% of the 75 years and older. That's a preliminary result as of last week. That doesn't include this week's number. And for the 60 to 74-year-old, we vaccinated about 11.4% of them as of January 9. And so we're doing so much, but there's still so much within that group that we still have to vaccinate. But then we have to still balance that with the needs of ensuring that we take care of some other persons in the 1B, in particular school-based staff is another big one that we are targeting, and we'll see if the VAPPC, the vaccine committee, what will be the next step in terms of expanding that, and if that group is going to be entered in, or maybe one or another potential is that persons below 60 years old with multiple comorbidities could be under consideration as well.
Okay. Do you have do you guys break it down, like which agencies in the government have been vaccinated?
I don't.
Like we have some
all,
members in the judicial
we
branch. We have has the port been vaccinated, or
Teachers,
airport,
bus drivers,
teleworkers. Teleworkers being vaccinated?
I don't have those. I don't think so. I can't comment. I don't know the specifics of them right now. Sorry.
Would teleworkers, though, be on a priority?
No, we frontline. That's why even, like, for example, GDOE, we're saying school-based staff, those who will be there. So not, those who are not necessarily located at the schools.
So that's still the plan, though, for GDOE employees next week?
Well, under consideration. And so, and not just them, but also, private school as well, so all of education.
What clinics are offering the vaccination currently?
Right now, AMC is online. HSP, technically, they are capable as well, and they're doing mostly the homebound and also, for example, St. Dominic's and other clients of theirs, basically patient clients. And so those are the two right now. I know that AMC is also really, Dr. Wen in particular, has been really being helpful to get the other clinics online as well, helping with training. For example, SDA, FHP. So this is a very, this is a major partnership amongst both the private and public entities, and it's because because we all just have one goal. We just want to vaccinate as many people as we can, as quickly as we can.
I wanted to ask about what happened with the fire department. Maybe you could provide some clarity on it, because we know there's two other, I think it was the last story, two other firefighters that tested positive for COVID. But the first one, we were able to confirm that he tested positive even after getting the second dose of the vaccine. So I don't know,
Yeah,
and it was
that's
kind of
what
the
I heard.
same
I don't-
day, like the same day he went in, got the vaccine, then later on he tested positive for COVID. Same day.
Yeah, and so I don't have any specific details about that at all, but just understanding that's totally within the realm of possibilities, right? And so we know that you're most protected at least a week or two after your second dose. So you're still susceptible, and we know that even after that, there's at least a 5% chance that you're still susceptible. So obviously the even after the first dose, you're about 50%, and then it builds up from there. And so the odds are that people are going to get sick and still have COVID, even in these different steps of the vaccination process. So
Is that something though that you guys
makes
would
sense.
track or even notate?
I think it will notate for sure, for sure. But it's not something, yeah. But it's something that we hope, and it's very likely a very easy thing, because once the contact tracing starts and the person's put in isolation, that's probably going to be easily one of the things that are revealed right away. It's like, oh, I just finished my vaccine, just 3 weeks ago or something like that, for example. And then those things will be that information will be easily available, and we can pull that as we see if we're seeing certain trends.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, Doc?
No, I just want to say that at the same time, we keep talking about vaccines, but testing is still extremely important. And the rapid engagement team is going to be going out again on Saturday and going to be doing testing. And so there'll be more information. I think Janela Guerrero will be on, and she can speak about that later this morning. And so, there's that part there, but there's also serial testing, like, for example, the school-based staff. That we want to encourage serial testing for them, so that that's available. So those things are still a big part of the whole operations, and we always have to keep our eyes on that as well. But so far, our testing numbers are good. We're doing enough tests to identify. I feel that the positives that we are seeing, the new cases, are a decent reflection of actual community prevalence right now. So but we're still curious about certain pockets. So that's why the rapid engagement team is being deployed, and so that we can make sure that truly is a representation and hopefully stem some potential spread.
Okay, I guess we'll get Janelle on the rapid engagement team's deployment.
Right on. That's later on in the show. Doc, appreciate your time this morning.
Sure.
Okay, that's
Thanks.
Chief
Okay,
Medical
great.
Officer.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay,
Have a
that's
good morning.
DPHSS Dr. Felix Cabrera. 7-11, we'll just keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, as we had a crazy start to the show and just right out the gate from the Physicians Advisory Group. We don't even know what we're laughing about it.
More coffee. More coffee.
Yeah, Dr. Hole, when Doc, so as Dr. Cabrera said, vaccinations available at a few clinics. Do you know offhand? I know AMC, obviously. But which other clinics are offering vaccination?
Good morning, Chris Sabrina. I mean,
Morning.
basically, AMC, we've been doing the vaccination now for the past 3 days, just for outpatient that meet the criteria, 60 plus and with comorbidity. We really try to get public to go out and inspect, FSP and SDA. And try to get them online too, because now this is where you're going to need all the hands on deck just to get the immunization out to the people. And I know that FSB and SDA see a large number of 60 plus population in their clinic every day. So as the patients sit in front of you already, you might as well give them the vaccine right there. So the longer we wait for that process, the slow we are in giving the vaccine out. So I really gonna push DPHS to go out and do the inspection and make sure that they can clear them this week and get started because on the clinic side, we do vaccination 6 days a week, for outpatient. So you can reach out a lot of people within for a week time frame. So if we can do, each clinic can do 70, 80, 90 immunization per day. So we can get more than 1,000 people in a week plus. So those two big clinics, SC and FHP, need to come online as soon as possible.
Did you say how many you vaccinated already, your clinic?
We actually about I think first day we got it late, so the last 2 days about 70 to 80 per day. So we're still ramping up the vaccine. This is on top of what we see on our patient every day. So we have some nurse visit only slot to open, but mostly we give to the patient that have some chronic care management that come in to have the appointment already. We still have the annual wellness visit for the Medicare patient this week and next week. So we're going to target on those Medicare patients that fit the guideline. I think we're going to ask more vaccine dose starting tomorrow, but we are running out of the vaccine, the first 300 dose.
And again, this is for 60 years and older, right?
Yeah, 60 years and older.
We can't go.
Yes, that have comorbidity. So we have quite a bit. Surprisingly, a lot of patients go to clinic is met that criteria. And right now we're just doing, the AMC Manilao and Tumon, but we hope to get the AMC Oka to come up on board probably today or tomorrow, so they can start to give the Medicare population that side also.
Somebody is asking, do we need to make an appointment at AMC? You probably said that.
They can call in, and the nursing staff will instruct to put them on the waiting list. What happened, Sabrina, is kind of tricky. Every vial that we open, we can draw out from 10 to 11 doses to be giving out. So we compile a list of people in the waiting for to get the vaccine. So once we open, we really for the patient that have appointment in the clinic. If let's say we open and we only 6 patients, so we're going to go down that list and start calling people to come in to get the vaccine. But we don't want to waste any shot at all. So it's important for us to every location AMC have a list of people in the way to get the vaccination. So yes, I encourage people to call and we're going to put them on the list there, and we go down to the list if they fit the criteria 60 plus and above.
Has anyone had an adverse reaction at your clinic?
No, so far it's very good. I tell you, there's no one have adverse reaction at all. Again, I told my staff that, I completed 2 series already. So there's no problem with that. All our staff get the vaccination. None of them miss work. You have a little bit of sore arm here and then, but it's not a big problem, just like you get any other vaccination.
Doc, I got a message from PD Mayor Alleg. He writes, "Thank you, Dr. Ho and AMC. They will immunize registered PD homebound residents and their caregivers this Sunday. Those who are registered by January 8th. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
We don't have to do that, but since we during the weekend on Sunday, we just want to put a team together and reach out to the homebound uncle and their caregiver, and we just like to put a team together and we contact the mayor and say, hey, can we go out there and give the shot at home for those homebound uncle? It's something that we can provide and help public health in a way. So we don't mind doing that. So, and if we doing okay at PD, we might pick another village and reach out to see if we can help out during the Sunday again.
What about the PAG meeting tonight? We heard from Dr. Cabrera on what he anticipates he'll be discussing. Anything on your plate?
Yeah, we really we passed out the proposed quarantine guideline that we put out. We really have to nail that down to some new guideline to go forward. I think that as we go toward the end of the month, depending on what the car score and everything in the United States, we really have to kind of change our guideline a little bit. We always want to push for the 72 hours testing prior to coming in, and look like the CDC are pushing that way too. So that's something that we like to change in our guidelines coming up. So we will have to kind of discuss a lot more in depth on the new quarantine guideline.
So what is the proposed quarantine guideline? The 72-hour pre-arrival?
Yeah, 72 hours prior to arrival.
Is that also for domestic or just international? Because CDC is just international. Because we are U.S.
Well, for us, depend on what they consider. Sometimes, Guam considered international. Mm-hmm. We like to consider domestic, but I think sometimes they consider it international. But anyone that coming from any country, and including U.S., they still gonna we try to push for 72 hours, pre-arrival testing.
PCR.
The PCR. Yeah, there's nothing else besides PCR. No antigen, just PCR testing, and to come in, and then we're gonna try to do the post-arrival testing with the antigen at the airport that's the second testing, and then testing out on day number 4, number 5 in the Q factor, and then try to get people to go home a little bit earlier if they have the PCR testing 72 hours before arrival. So we're gonna push a little bit. That's a kind of 3-pronged testing program, and that pretty much nail down and protect the island pretty much if we do that. But it had to be a discussing the pack, and then public health to be they will be on the meeting. So hopefully we can work together and propose that to the governor, and whenever she feel comfortable to implement it, and we can implement the new guideline.
Right. Just, Dr. Nguyen, test out day 4, release day 5 if it's negative. But is it, if you're released, do you still have to do the rest of the quarantine for a total of 14 100%. Days? Or
Yeah, Sabrina, testing out on day 4 or 5, and then they have to finish the 7 days home quarantine. And one of the conditions is that they have to download the SAT alert and the Guam COVID app still. You still have to have those things, and the next 7 days you're still going to be home quarantine.
Doc, we had often heard you talk about the monitoring for the home quarantine last year. Where are we on that? Does public health still monitor? Because I've heard just so many people who've come back and had to finish out the home quarantine, and they don't hear from public health at all.
Yeah, that's something that we asked, and we're going to ask to see if anything changed in the home quarantine. I think that's basically personnel. That's basically the limitation of personnel. I mean, they do so much on the testing, and they do so much on the immunization. So I don't know, the manpower, you can't pull enough manpower to cover all 3 areas. That's why, I think regarding testing, they need to involve some private side to do the testing to help them out, and also and the immunization side, they really need to get all the player like the guard, the private clinic to do the immunization, because it had to be the whole island. It can't be just one organization, because they're going to be overwhelmed very fast. It doesn't matter how good you are, you just don't have enough manpower to do all 3 things.
Right. What about PCOR 2?
I think the lieutenant governor gives you everyone a hint that PCOR 2 probably will be along with the opening of the school. So I think by this weekend you guys should have something from the governor's office.
What about bars?
You shouldn't have sued Auntie Lou. That's all I'm going to say. It is what it is.
I think I can still drink my wine at home. I think for right now.
So happy hour at Hoa's house.
Yes.
A day. Okay.
Guys, please, ask the message to people is that even after you get the immunization, please practice your 3W still. Don't let your guard down. Still, again, 5% of people still can get very sick. You're only 95%. So the question is, are you in that 5%?
Right.
Yeah. What time are we heading out on Sunday in PD?
I think we start out about 8 o'clock in the morning. We have about 9 homebound Monumco. We're going to vaccinate the homebound Monumco and also the primary caregiver.
Okay, so their caregiver. Okay, that's good because I know that was an issue whether or not their caregivers were going to be able to get vaccinated.
No. You have to. There's no sense to immunize the Monumco at home and forget about their primary caregiver because that's they the one that go in and out and put the risk on the elderly. So yes, we're gonna do the primary caregiver also.
All right, thanks, Doc.
You're gonna start at 8. Are you gonna be done in time for Mayor Alec to get to mass?
Depend on how much that they ask questions.
Okay. So no questions, guys.
So we stay there as long as we feel comfortable. So that way, and make sure we watch them, make sure there's no side effect.
Yeah.
And then we move to the next house.
Right on. Thank you, Doc. Okay. Always good to have you on. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Okay.
Bye. All right.
Dr. Ho Wen, 7:24. Guys, we got to take a break. We'll be back with more of The Link on the Breeze 93.9 next. Good morning, Guam.
It's back. Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa Day, my name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
I like the way you are, baby, you're my shining star, floating in the evening skies, gotta know, baby, you're the reason why I'm here, we can sail above the clouds, I'll pick you up and never let you down, no, 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 girl, I wanna love you, girl, I wanna hold you tight, girl, I want to squeeze you, if that's okay tonight, girl, I wanna love you, girl, I wanna hold you tight, girl, I wanna squeeze you, if that's okay tonight, 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 if that's okay tonight, if that's okay tonight, if that's okay tonight. I woke up this morning, yeah, with you on my mind, yeah. I wanted to know if I can hold you, if that's okay tonight. I'm feeling
Hey, it's the Link on the Breeze 939. That's Chris and Christy in the Lohan in the house. But that's okay at 7:29. Coming up, we'll do Cover Me with Burger King, and we've also got a great interview in full Zoom with Nestor Lecanto and some Guam bankers on PPP and PUA. They'll be joined by, of course, Ken Lujan from the SBA and Dave Della Sola, Department of Labor. Right now, though, we do have a little bit of breaking news with Jason Solis from the KUM News Team. Jason?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. This just in, ladies and gentlemen, from the Joint Information Center. If you were needing to avail of the services of the Department of Revenue and Taxation today, just be advised additional services have been suspended due to a confirmed positive case at the Department of Revenue and Taxation of coronavirus. One staffer, evidently, has tested positive, so the services at the driver's license and vehicle registration branches have been suspended immediately. If you do have an appointment, you will be contacted to reschedule those, so they will reach out to you if you do have appointments on the books right now. The agency is, of course, monitoring close contacting. They're doing contact tracing to see what is happening with that, and they are working with public health as you would expect. If you have any more information or you need to make additional reservations, you can do so on myguamtax.com. That's myguamtax.com. Once again, if you do have a existing appointment today at the Department of Revenue and Taxation, services for the driver's license and vehicle registration branches have been suspended immediately due to a staffer there, Chris, testing positive for COVID-19.
All right, and then coming from the Communications Director of Adelup, Crystal Paco San Augustine, at 7:31, we will have a bigger look at news with Sabrina Salas-Mantanani from the KUAM News Team coming up on the show. But first, let's go ahead and jump and do Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King, where we remind you it's back. Talking about chicken fries Friday. I love BK chicken fries. Thank you, Burger King, for helping us support local music. And this morning's Cover Me from Ray Santos, brought to you by Burger King right here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
Since I met you, I'm not the same.
was Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. Ray Santos there with a great performance here on the link. It's The Breeze at 93.9, 736. Good morning on you. The show brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647-COOL. Got to keep it cool with Carrier. Good morning. On the way of the show, we'll go in a little bit more on the plastic bag ban with Nick Lee from the Guam EPA. Also, Mount Carmel. I think the whole Mount Carmel is coming on after 9 to talk about their resumption of face-to-face learning. In the KUM News Zoom room now, though, we have Senator Clint Rogel standing by. We'll talk with him about a bunch of bills. If you look at the Guam Legislature's website, I mean, for the most part, it's Senator Rogel, Senator Jim Moylan, introduced so many different bills. And then I think a few of the Republicans who have measures queued up there at the legislature's website. But we wanted to also bring on Senator Sabina Perez as the Department of Labor Oversight to just kind of chime in on the developments and then the responses that we got from Congressman Michael Sanicolas, who had a press conference yesterday, and, of course, Labor Director Dave De La Sola, who came on this morning to respond to the comments that were made by the congressman during his press conference. So we'll go with Senator Sabina first. Senator, good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Chris and Sabina. Good morning, Senator Rajal.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes. So in regards to, I entrust, first I want to commend Director Dave Della Sola for his hard work and, follow through. And I do trust that, because he had direct guidance from the Department of Labor, that he would have the most updated information. But having said that, I know that both of them have the same, same initiative is to try to address the loophole in the fact that potentially many of the underemployed workers would no longer qualify for the $300 a week PUA. So that's I guess just it's an issue that needs to be addressed. And being that Inauguration Day is on January 20th, I know the administration, Congressman St. Nicholas is, I'm sure, working behind the scenes to try to rectify the situation. But I think in the meantime, knowing that, I do want to encourage, basically encourage the employees to talk to their employers as was recommended by the director, and to figure out, the working situation, whether employees are going to be fully employed. That decision has to be made by the employer with their staff. To have that and to as well, lay off people. I mean, that's the hard decision that would have to be made. But for those that are going to be laid off, would be able to avail themselves of the PUA. But I think it's really unfortunate that, really it sends the wrong message. People that were trying to, make ends meet by taking on jobs in these jobs now, face the situation where they may not have the capability to do so. My concern is, access to food, being able to pay the rent, the bills. I mean, that's a big one. And, I would recommend, once speaking with your employer, I think they to recommend to apply for public assistance. So the SNAP program, if they haven't done so already. So availing themselves of federal assistance, other federal assistance programs is critical at this time. And I think it's also good that, GWA, GPA have the no disconnection policy. I think that's critical too. So try to keep our households, our people afloat. I think at this time, we need to have a short-term gap measure to do that. But I think what I would like to do too in the near future is there's another arm of the Department of Labor, and that's the workforce development. So we know, we all, knew that, we cannot depend on federal monies indefinitely. And I mean, it's great that we have that opportunity, but I think in order to look for the long-term fix, we need to look at workforce development. And that's the other arm of Department of Labor. And that's something I would like to schedule a roundtable on workforce development for Guam, because, to be put in this situation, we don't want to be put in this situation again. And, I believe that our community is resilient and we need to focus our efforts on, being, have these other avenues. I know there are other programs that are in the works. So for instance, there's, agriculture, aquaculture, that is coming out, I think, relatively soon with GITA. So there's other types of assistance that people can avail themselves with, and I highly recommend that they reach out to Department of Public Welfare, at least to get that assistance.
What about long-term, looking at an unemployment insurance program, a local one?
Yes, and Director David Della Sola had mentioned something about that yesterday, that, definitely, I think Guam needs to establish that. Of course, the issue is how is it going to be funded, right? And normally it's funded by the employers. And, they're already facing issues right now with the, loss of revenue from our major drivers, tourism. So it may be difficult at this time, but yeah, that's definitely, you're right. It should be a multi-pronged approach.
Senator
We need
Rajel,
to
what,
still, develop.
I just want to bring you in here. What are your thoughts on UI? I mean, you guys have the majority in the legislature. Is this something that you think is realistic, feasible, sustainable at this time?
I think that definitely needs to be worked on. I know there was a bill that was introduced yesterday relating to that there would be a reduction in BPT, and that some of the money coming from the BPT would be used towards unemployment insurance. But yeah, so that's something that is something that we worked on. Considering the state of the economy. Basically we're limited with the revenues that are coming in. So yeah, that's something we would have to think about, especially with the budget cycle coming up. We have to cut. Obviously we have to cut, if we're not going to be able to expand our economy at this time. So that's something that would have to be, thought about is what are we going to prioritize? But always multi-pronged approach is, how do we, the big thing that I would like to focus on too, as well, is, developing industries, how, diversify our economy. That's something that we know has been a long-term goal. But I think now is the time that we really need to put our efforts into that. There's agriculture, I think, is one of the big initiatives by the administration. And I believe there's some progress in that with GITA. So I believe we'll be hearing about that fairly soon. And so looking at all those options, I think, are very important.
Senator Rajel?
Yeah, what was the question was whether or not it's realistic to do unemployment insurance. Is that what the question was?
Sure.
It's challenging, but yeah, like Senator Sabina said, Senator Perez said, someone has to pay for it. And that's the problem. No one wants to pay for it. Realistically, there's got to be a way to do it. And there is a bill that's been introduced that would roll back the BPT and then put some money towards the unemployment insurance program. So there's a possibility there. I don't know if that bill has enough support. I believe it is a bipartisan bill. I think it's introduced by Senator Mary Torres, and I believe Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes is a co-sponsor, and I think one other I believe Senator Pito Talay is a sponsor. So there's some bipartisan support. Whether or not it gets passed remains to be seen. We still have to see. I'm not sure where everyone else stands in the bill. I've read it, but I haven't really sort of thoroughly analyzed it to, see what all the pros and cons are.
Right.
So I'm not 100% sure where I stand on that measure myself. Bottom line is it is going to be difficult to do right now, but I think we can do it. I think the biggest thing for us right now is really to focus on getting, so an unemployment insurance thing should have been done a long time ago. It should have been done a long time ago. Then we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now. Now it's kind of like, this is when we should have already had an unemployment insurance program stood up ever since. Now we're trying to stand one up when the economy is not at 100%. So first, we need to figure out how to get the economy back up and running, get the economy up to 100%. And a big part of that, of course, is containing COVID. Hopefully with the vaccine coming in, this can become a reality sooner than later. And also, creating the new industries, like agriculture. That's something I've been talking about since I ran for office the first time. That's been a major initiative of mine is developing an agricultural industry in Guam. I actually have a bunch of bills I'll be introducing in the first quarter of this year, to deal with agriculture. And other things too, I think, that can create new industry, of course, is cannabis. Looking forward to getting that up and running as soon as possible, hopefully including Tumon.
So, easy now.
Even if it's just one dispensary down in Tumon, I don't think it's gonna hurt. I don't think it's going to chase away any tourists.
Oh,
especially
you and your
considering-
devil weed.
Especially considering we already legalized it in 2019 and no tourists were scared away. In fact, we had even more tourists. We broke records. So it's not like tourists heard we legalized it and said, we're not coming. In fact, more came. So anyway, those are things we can work on. I had to throw that in there.
You know,
So anyway,
it is what it is.
Jerry Perez is on the line.
Yeah, Jerry Perez.
Jerry, all right, let's go. Let's go, Jerry. I'm ready.
Oh
boy.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. Just real quickly, Bill 22 is what the senators are referring to. That was introduced by Senator Torres, Senator Nelson, Senator Munya Barnes, the Vice Speaker, and Senator Amanda Shelton. And you could read that on GuamLegislature.com.
Let's talk. Senator Sabina, I wanted to bend your ear a little bit. Obviously, a big conversation here in 2021, rebuilding the economy. Ideas, measures that may be coming out from your office?
So yes, one thing that I thought about is, one of the exceptions for the PUA, right, was self-employed workers. But, unfortunately, I was thinking of bona fide farmers, right? Perhaps I think there is definitely a drive to do that. There was Farm to Table that recently got a ANA grant that would assist with the development of that. So just kind of like Senator Rajal was saying, developing our agriculture economy. And it's always been my vision to have, more backyard type of farming, micro farming. And that's something what the ANA grant for the Farm to Table would do, is to assist with the development of more of these backyard farmers, people that would, can make a business out of it. We import most of our food off island, and I think it'd be great, way to solve a problem, to solve two problems at one time, right? Unemployment and food security. I think that is something that I would like to address. And also, we're always importing labor as far as, construction labor. I mean, there's always jobs for that. And I think it's, critical that we localize the labor force. I mean, this is the time to do that. Of course, you would have to be physically capable to do that. But, there are opportunities. And I do, this is what we're going to need to get out of this is, people becoming, localizing the workforce, even entrepreneurs. I've been a big proponent of social entrepreneurship, which is you develop a business plan around solving one of the issues that we have. And so food security is an issue, it could be other things. So I think, again, I would like to, schedule a roundtable with various stakeholders on how to do this. And I definitely would like to reach out to the director, David Della Sola. I know he's so busy. And then also, Mary Cotta and all the stakeholders to help create, a process forward. In the meantime, while we wait for the tourism industry to bounce back, that's not going to take place anytime soon. So, we need to develop these alternative ways of livelihoods.
Right. Senator,
the other thing that I have, yes, go ahead.
If you wanted to finish your thought, that was fine. I was just going to ask Senator Rajal something.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. The other thing is diversifying education. So I'm also have been, advocating for magnet schools within the Department of Education. And what that would be is it would develop pathways for different types of careers. And I really, would like to continue to work with all the educational stakeholders as I have in the past term. And this is something that I would like to see occur, at least start. I mean, we already have the beginnings of it with the GCC satellite programs in the different high schools, but I would like to extend it back to the elementary school so that, similar to what Germany has, they diversify their education system into different occupations. And so that's another thing I would initiative that I'd like to continue working on.
All right, Senator Rajal, you're committee chair on economic development. There's a lot of bills, as you know, that have been introduced related to the economy and recovery. Have you had a chance to review any of those bills? We're talking about like the BPT, bills dealing with property taxes, creation of a transshipment task force. What are your thoughts so far on some of those bills?
Which ones? So
we can start with the let's get Guam moving forward bill by Moylan, Ada, Duenas, and Frank Bloss Jr.
Okay, refresh my memory. What does that bill do? I'm sorry.
Well, they are all kind of
Besides getting
together.
Guam moving forward, what is
Right.
that?
The BPT.
Okay.
Reducing the business privilege tax. Mm-hmm.
Rolling back the BPT.
Mm-hmm. That's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the same sort of problem we had in the last term. I know Senator Moylan introduced the bill to roll back the BPT in the last term. The issue is if you roll back the BPT, then you really have to make a lot of cuts in the government of Guam. So then we're going to have to fire people in the government of Guam. So then we're going to have less services, and then we're going to have more unemployed people. And then another question too is if we roll back the BPT, does that mean that the businesses will lower their prices? Well, history tells us no, because when I pulled the consumer price index for the last time that the BPT was rolled back and compared it, when they rolled back the BPT the last time, the prices did not roll back at all. They continued to increase. So, those are the concerns I have with that measure is, say we roll back the BPT, is that really going to help anyone right now? Let's face it. The reason why the economy is hurting right now is not because of the BPT. It's because we have no tourists. And the reason we have no tourists is because of this pandemic, is because of the coronavirus. So we got to fix that first and get the tourists back here. Now, a lot of people just say, open up tourism, open up tourism. Well, wake up call. I don't think tourists are going to come knowing that we have, coronavirus. I mean, they're struggling with it in some of their own countries. And the bottom line is they're not going to want to come here if they don't feel safe, if they don't feel like coronavirus is contained or nearly eliminated on Guam. They're not going to travel. And we know that. They did that before with SARS. We didn't even have SARS on Guam, and we lost tourists just because tourists stopped traveling, period, in the Asian countries specifically, because they were afraid of the SARS outbreak and they were afraid of going into airports and other things like that. They didn't feel safe about traveling at the time. So the bottom line is we got to figure out we got to continue what we're doing with the vaccinations, and then hopefully we can open up tourism this year. Really open up tourism this year. Yeah, we might find ways to get a few in here and there but not really in any meaningful level until we can really contain COVID. Then the tourists can come back, and then that's when the economy will really get going again. Other than that, it's just coming up with other ways to try to improve the economy, which I think are things we should look at. I've read some articles and some people have made a lot of talk about finding foreign investments from Hong Kong. That's something I'm interested in. I think that's a good idea because of the instability in Hong Kong right now. There are some people looking to get out of Hong Kong because they're worried that the communist mainland China will take over Hong Kong. So let's find ways to entice foreign investments to come to Guam. And so one thing I've been doing a lot of is looking a lot at how did Singapore become rich, all right? So Singapore is roughly the same size as Guam. It's just a little bit bigger than Guam. They've got a lot more people, but they weren't always rich. I think in the 60s and 70s, they had a huge homeless population. They had huge shanty towns and a lot of people living in shacks and just living in squalor. The first thing they did is they addressed their housing crisis. They came up with a solid public housing program and got everyone off the streets and into public housing. The second thing they did was they created a business-friendly environment and found a way to entice foreign investments. They brought in a lot of foreign investments. They didn't have anything in particular. They don't have any raw materials. They don't have any real natural resources. Like you can't mine anything in there. They don't have the raw materials for manufacturing. They just got creative and found a way to bring in foreign investments. Now, I'm not saying we're going to be the next Singapore, but why not? Or let's just try to entice some foreign investments. There was an article in the paper about captive insurance program. And I'll be honest, I've been a skeptic of captive insurance, but this article pointed out that the FSM has got more captive insurance investments than Guam has. I mean, we can't even do as good as the FSM has done. You know, we like to think of ourselves as, you know, we're such a stronger economy than the FSM. But here's the FSM, a small nation that managed to get more captive insurance investments than we have. So those are things we really need to look at and figure out how do we do it. And that's something that I really want to work on in this term.
I wanted to bend you two's ear about just a couple of hot button issues. Minimum wage. Obviously, Senator Moylan was on yesterday with the chamber and GHRA, and he's introduced a bill delaying that minimum wage increase set to go into effect in March for a year. Where do you guys stand on a minimum wage increase delay?
No.
Senator Sabina?
I vote no.
I'm open to hearing both sides on this issue.
Oh, come on, Senator Sabina, just vote no.
Okay.
No, I would like to hear.
Point of personal privilege. What about on?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What about the bill regarding deputy directors? Prohibiting funding by October 2021. Senator Rogel?
Yeah. Yeah, I think this has always been. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Senator Paris? You have the floor.
So I think always been an issue where, we see, political hires. I think what this bill does, it addresses the issue of political hires. Deputy directors, is that correct?
Yes.
And, that's something that, I'm also open looking because, unless they're qualified, they have qualifications, they're actually, they're providing the service that's the support that's needed for that agency. Like let's say the Department of Public Health, there obviously is a need for these deputy directors. It's a critical agency. But maybe perhaps these other agencies that can go without a deputy director. I think that's important to at this time we really need to conserve our resources. The revenues aren't looking good from what I can tell. Yeah. So where can we cut? And we always try to cut at the low hanging fruit. Obviously we need to shift our workforce. We need people. The rank and file workers are really critical for a lot of these agencies. One of the agencies I oversee, Department of Revenue and Taxation, they're in need of workers. And, maybe perhaps one of those positions can fund two positions of the rank and file.
Yeah.
So really kind of.
Rev and Tax getting Frank Leon Guerrero $91,000. But you know what I think is interesting? You said that on both sides of this argument, it seems like everyone has run, to the opposite end of the spectrum. We have the administration saying, no, we need every single deputy director. And then we have the Republicans saying, get rid of all the deputy directors. And I think there's got to be a happy medium because you're right. I talk to deputy directors who have no business being employed in the government of Guam. But then I also talk to some deputy directors who do more than the directors do. Jess Garcia. I gotta cut in here, guys. We're KUAM FM and Agotni Guam. Oh no, wait. No, we are. I think we're back on. Yeah, I just got the memo. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. Come on over to our Facebook live feed or again on the radio. Here we're KUAM FM Agotni Guam. It's the link on the breeze. My name's Chris.
Sabrina.
Esta. Adios.
Bye.
We're back. Okay, so we're talking deputy directors.
Senator Perez, that sounded like maybe. Senator Rogel?
Yeah. I'd like to hear both sides. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is an issue that came up last term, and I think one of the issues is, originally he tried some version of the bill where he was going to try to, and I'm talking about Senator Moylan, I believe he was going to try to just eliminate positions, and then there was some talk about could be inorganic because you can't control who the governor hires with her authority to hire, et cetera, et cetera. So this is another way he's trying to do it, which is, all right, let's just defund it, right? But it's a bit of a shell game because, yeah, he's going to say, okay, just don't fund them to the agencies. If she wants to hire deputy director, she's going to have to get them out of her budget. Well, then guess what? She'll just submit a larger budget for her office to account for deputy directors. And, you could argue, well, we just don't have to give it to her. Well, then we're going to be in a fight where she can veto the bill and say, I'm going to keep vetoing your bill, and then we'd have to get enough votes to override it, et cetera. And then again, it's just sort of like another roundabout way of preventing her from hiring her hiring authority, basically, right? So I don't even know if you really can do that and say, okay, governor's allowed to hire everyone except deputy directors can't be hired out of the agency's budget. It has to be hired. He did a similar thing where he said the governor has to pay for executive security, out of her budget. So his argument was, I'm not saying she shouldn't have executive security. She should just pay for it out of her own budget. And that's what he brought up in the last budget session.
Yeah. No, and I get a lot of these measures are just really meant to kind of just throw mud on the wall and leave us all talking about it. I don't know how practical, or even I don't really know if the savings that would be
it's not
made
even
if it was
lot,
I know, but I think the point is you got Senator Moylan over here saying cut costs, and then you've got Aloop saying we're not cutting anything, and it just makes them look bad. And I think again the same thing with the deputy directors. There's got to be somewhere in the middle where we can kind of meet and make and effectuate real savings and change, right?
Yeah, or let's look at some things that really cost us a lot of money. There's a lot of other things that are costing us more money than deputy directors. Right. There's contracts we waste money on all the time. We hire firms to do things all the time. We hire someone to do whatever study, and then we don't even use the study. Like GBB spent money hiring a company to do a study on cannabis, and now they're ignoring that study. There's some waste. Why don't we cut that kind of waste? That's just an example of contracts. We give out contracts to people to do studies, to do 5-year plans. We have plans all over the place from companies we've hired to do plans, and we never implement any of the plans. It's just we hire the company, they do the plan, they do a bunch of nice drawings, it sits somewhere, and then we spend money on that. Why don't we cut those things?
Well, we also pay companies to enforce tax laws of Guam. Anyway, what about?
Yes, I agree. I voted no on that bill.
Yeah, both of you did.
I agree. I voted no on that bill.
Yeah.
Okay, senators. We did invite you, Senator Rigel, on because we wanted to get more information about the bills that you had introduced related to our island's utilities. If you could kind of just take us through them. And these were bills that you kind of introduced right before.
I introduced in the last term, so I just reintroduced them because they never had a chance to get to the floor. One is the back billing measure that would ban the practice of back billing, and for the same reasons I introduced it last term, is that I think the back billing has been unfair. I think GPA and GWA both admittedly ordered a bunch of meters that didn't work. They spent a lot of money on meters that didn't work. And then so it was a ridiculous rate of malfunction of the meters. And so they had to, sorry, Chris.
Don't be sorry. Say it again. Say it again.
The bunch of malfunctioning meters. And so then what they did is they punished the ratepayers for it, for their mistakes. They punished the ratepayers for their waste. They bought bad meters went bad, then they back billed ratepayers for it. So I just don't think it's good policy. They didn't have back billing before. It was something that was created by public law. So I say we repeal it. The other bill I introduced is a net energy metering bill. Same one I introduced last term, same issue is I think we need to protect the net energy metering customers, which are basically the solar customers for the most part that have solar panels and put solar energy back into the grid. The reason we need to protect them is because GPA and the CCU and the PUC have been flirting with this idea of changing the amount that they credit to customers who are already on the program. So customers signed up for the program, knowing that right now it's a 1-for-1. So basically, if I give you 1 kilowatt of energy, you credit me 1 kilowatt of energy on my power bill, right? Kilowatt hour. So GPA, CCU, PUC have been flirting with the idea of changing that and lowering it so that customers wouldn't be credited the same amount anymore. And I think that would just have really devastating effects on those who have already invested money. Some of these people invested their own money into it. I spoke to people who went and just borrowed money, put solar on their roofs, and then, now it took them a while to pay it off, but now they've paid it off and they're reaping the benefits. And now the GPA, CCU, PUC want to change it. So this bill would protect that and keep that program in place as it is now.
So I just want to cut in here. Senator Sabina, thank you for coming on, and keep us posted. Maybe we'll get you on in a couple weeks to catch up on your oversights.
Susan Mossy, thank you so much.
There you go, Senator Sabina Paris. Brought her on, of course, talk about the Department of Labor and the announcement that those who were working reduced hours will not qualify for pandemic unemployment assistance. If you're just joining us, you miss a link, you miss a lot. Dave Della Sola started the show off responding to some of the statements that were made by Congressman Mike Nicholas, and he kind of doubled down and said, according to the latest guidance that he has,
right,
the information that he released on this show yesterday remains accurate.
Mm-hmm. But he is hoping that he is wrong.
Of course, yeah. And Congressman Nicholas also had said that, and I think Governor Leon Guerrero echoed this in her press release, that they're going to be knocking on some doors in D.C., and, Democrat administration, Democrat governor, it kind of seems like maybe we should have more of an in, and hopefully that works out. It's 8:10. We'll get back into this conversation with, I think we lost Senator Rijel.
Yeah. He might call back in.
Okay. But we did have Simon Sanchez of CCU, of course, talking utilities.
And I guess there's reaction to the bills
right,
that were introduced.
Yeah.
Honey, can you mute that? Turn down.
Morning, Simon.
Oh, are we live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Memorex? Good morning, Chris.
Thanks, son.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. We did have Senator Rijel. I think we might have lost him, but obviously wanted to get you on to get you guys. I was hoping for a little back and forth here. Get you on to kind of respond to some of these measures that Senator Rijel has introduced.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the one I'm aware of, thanks to Sabrina, was I guess he's reintroduced the bill to try to interfere with the PUC's rate-making powers in setting net metering rates and the way in which a customer, an individual ratepayer, can go get their own solar system and connect to the Guam Power Authority system. Right now, there's about 2,300 ratepayers that have their own system, but they use the Guam Power Authority system essentially as their battery, as their backup at night. Yes, they give us energy during the day, so we give them credit for that. But then when we give them energy in the night, we offset that credit and you net out the difference. And if the ratepayer gives you more power that month than GPA gave them, then we pay them. And if not, we charge them the difference. But right now, the way it works, and it was designed this way because many states, in order to get renewables going, and Speaker Ben and I, we designed the first policy of the legislature about setting a renewable energy goal. And we all agreed that let's get it started. So we'll start with this net metering process where we will pay you for the net energy you give us. And we'll pay you not only for the fuel you'll save us, but we'll pay you for even the generator that is used at night to give you energy for the power lines that takes the energy to your house at night, we'll even pay you for that. You get that for free. Basically GPA is your free battery. But we agree that once we got to about 10% penetration, which is kind of where we're at now, but 2,300 people make about 25 megawatts, which is 10% of our peak. And that's a standard that most states have used. They said, once we get there, let's study it. So the PUC has started a process already. It's requiring information from GPA. GPA, we did our own study, but now we're going through the formal independent PUC review. They're asking us to provide them information now that we're at the 10% mark to really see the impacts of 2,300 citizens with their own solar system using the GPA system for free. And most of the community, most of the country is leaving net metering. They're going because they realize it's unfair for 45,000 ratepayers to become a free battery for 3,000 people that have solar. If those 2,500, 3,000 people had to do their own battery, they would have to go buy a battery. They would pay for the battery. But in this case, GPA is their battery and they get it for free. And that's not really fair to the 45,000 ratepayers that are paying for the grid, paying for the generators, paying to provide reliable power to a solar customer at night or when you have bad weather and they can't recharge their battery. In fact, 99% of the people that are our solar customers now, they don't have a battery. So we in effect are a battery. Now, if those customers wanted to go to a solar provider on Guam and said, give me a battery, it wouldn't be free. They'd have to pay for it. But right now they get a free battery from other ratepayers. And we want to revisit that. The PUC wants to revisit that. And that's the process. The problem with the senator's bill is one, he's reintroducing the bill. And it was pointed out to him by the bond council, ORIC. ORIC has been the bond council for the last 5 governors and the last 15 legislatures. When Guam goes for financing, they use ORIC. And ORIC pointed out that the senator's bill would violate the bond covenants that were signed by Guam Power Authority when they borrowed money in the past. And it would also violate the Organic Act. The Organic Act was amended back in the 80s. Maybe you remember this. You were all much younger, but there was a senator in the legislature at the time. And at that time, there was no PUC, no CCU. The legislature set the rates for the utilities. And a senator prevented the rates from going up. And it led GPA to default on its loan. It couldn't make its loan payments. And then the system started to fall apart because GPA didn't have the rates to rebuild the system. And load shedding blues became the next result of having the legislature, who doesn't have the expertise, doesn't have access to the expertise. They're really not the right people to be setting rates. You want professionals or citizens that are involved and have experience in setting rates, and you want them independent. You don't want the utility setting rates. You don't want the governor setting rates. You don't want the legislature setting rates. You want an independent PUC. And so the Congress said in the 80s, if we're going to bail out Guam because you can't pay your loans and because the senator is interfering with your operations, then we want an independent PUC that removes the legislature from any rate setting. Unfortunately, the senator's bill, and he introduced it last term, and the PUC testified against it, we testified against it, the bond council sent the letter. We all said, you're violating that part of the Organic Act. You cannot tell the PUC what to do. And since that Organic Act change, every borrowing of the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Water Works Authority and every other government entity requires the legislature that they not interfere in the operations of an entity that is borrowing money, because that entity is promising to repay the loan. And the lenders, the bondholders, don't want political interference by people that are not experts in the field, who for political reasons would put Guam or other agencies in the same position that it put that Senator Parkinson put Guam Power Authority back in the 80s. We defaulted on a bond. We had load shedding blues strictly because the legislature, who had no ability or background to understand these kinds of issues, was interfering with the prudent setting of rates, and the Congress said, get out of there. And so that's what I'm disappointed in is I don't understand why you would reintroduce a bill. It didn't pass in the 35th, reintroduce the same bill that would violate the bond covenants, violate the Organic Act, violate local law, and from a policy point of view, gives away the Guam Power Authority system to solar users for free. Whereas if they had to go buy a battery from a solar provider, it wouldn't be for free. And this is at a time when the Guam Power Authority is producing utility scale solar. You know, I don't have it on my house. I don't believe the senator has it on his house. I don't know if you two have it on his house, but we're now getting 9 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour proposals from private partners, the new solar farms that are being built in Mangilao. Those farms will take us to 25% renewable energy use in a few years. We're getting them for 9 to 10 cents. Right now we're paying 22, 23 cents to a solar customer using the Guam Power Authority grid.
Long story short, you don't support the bill.
Yeah, why would you pay more for it? Why would you introduce a bill that violates the Organic Act?
What about?
And it's unfortunate we don't collaborate. You know, he doesn't talk to us anymore. We don't have the same relationship we have like with Senator Perez with GWA. Very collaborative. We all want the same thing: the lowest cost energy reliably provided to our people.
What about Bill 9, Senator? What about Bill 9?
Which one is that one?
This is regarding back billing customers. GWA, GPA, because of the faulty meters.
Yeah, so, I understand, that back billing bill emerged from him when GWA in particular was really having trouble. But if he'd been attending the recent meetings of both GPA and GWA, first off on the GPA side, we hardly have any problem with back billing. Do you know that there's a bot that every 15 seconds is checking your meter now at the Guam Power Authority to see if it works? And GWA now has replaced all the meters that were problemsome with meters that are now working. And we're even suing the guy that sold us the first meters to get our money back. But we now have meters that work. But at the end of the day, back billing, like at GWA, we've collected about $7 million worth of back billing over the last 5 or 6 years. That's $7 million that other ratepayers didn't have to pay for because, again, where we disagree with Senator Rogel is the people still got the water. The people still got the power, even though their meter failed to work properly. So why should they get it for free? Why should other ratepayers pay for your water or power just because your meter failed? And that's why back billing exists in most utilities around the world. It recognizes that you're going to have failures. Machines fail, meters are going to fail. But as long as you're still getting the service, because we could get a meter that when it fails, you get nothing. Well, we don't want that. But if we're going to give you the service, at least let's have a mechanism to repay it. You're only back billed no more than 4 months. We can't wait 10 years to back bill Sabrina. If we don't tackle it fast, we lose that revenue. But we are allowed to go back 4 months. And in the last few years, we have collected all that back billing from GWA ratepayers, and we hardly have any back billing at GPA. So once again, you're taking away a tool that prudent utilities use everywhere else around the world. You're taking it away, and you're allowing some people to get free power and water just because their meter fails, and you're making everyone else pay for that. We disagree that makes any sense. And this same bill did make it in the last legislature, and we will oppose it again in this legislature. It's a matter of fairness. You're still getting the water, you're still getting the power. If your meter fails, can you at least pay for some of it? And the utilities they can't go back more than 4 months. So we have an incentive to go fix the meters. And if he'd attend the meetings, he would see the meter failure rate at GPA is almost non-existent. And we have a robot reading your meters now every 15 minutes. GWA has finally found a meter that works well for Guam, doesn't have the failure rate it used to have, and our back billing has dropped significantly, and we've collected all the other back billing. So I'm not sure what problem he's trying to fix, other than people that did receive services were back billed for some of the services they received, and they were asked to pay for it, and they did, and that allowed other ratepayers like you and me not to have to pay for their water or power should their meter fail. And it's best practices around the country. We think those best practices, we should adopt the same best practices on Guam, and we have for decades. And it doesn't make sense to us that you would take a tool that works, throw it away, and allow some people to get free water paid for by other people.
Just real quickly, Senator, before we move on to our new next guest, with everything that's happening with the poor, we're all in this the sea of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks. The CCU, is that lifeline still available in terms of no disconnections for power, water?
Yeah, so far we haven't changed our disconnection policy, and I think as Dave Del Sola alluded to in some of your interviews, we're very happy that the people that have been getting assistance have been staying pretty current with their bills, because no one wants to get too far behind, especially with any bill, and the power bill in particular. So we're getting still good collections, people are still paying. So we don't see a need to change it at this time, and we'll just continue to review it and continue not to disconnect people.
Thank you, Si. What if we go into peak war 2 on Friday, though?
Well, again, I think, we'll meet this month. We watch the receivables every month, and it wasn't getting out of hand. So, if people are making a good faith effort to pay, then we're going to stay with it, because it's still a crazy time. And now you've got this new PUA situation where, even my own employees at the laundry, they're only getting 20 hours a week. We only open 3 days a week. We used to open 7 days a week. Yeah. They use that extra PUA with the hours they do get to work to try to get a whole paycheck. If they're not, and they came to me yesterday when they heard the news saying, we're not going to get PUA. And I said, well, so I'm hoping that between Mr. De La Sola and Congressman San Nicolas, and I think all of us that were watching the news of the passage of the bill, none of us had ever heard that you had to be fully unemployed to participate. We hadn't heard that, so maybe we all missed it. But I'm hoping they resolve it to the betterment of. It makes no sense. It's going to be better for people not to even go to work,
right,
than it is to work partially and then get. And then here you are trying to recover an economy and get people back to work, but they're almost being penalized if they don't get 40 hours.
Yeah,
and that's not a way to bring back an economy.
So thanks for your time this morning at 8:23. Appreciate it. I hope you had a good workout.
Yes, I did. I look forward to seeing you there. Although I understand you did the link so you could avoid the 4 o'clock workouts.
I plead the fifth.
Chris.
I plead the
fifth. Thank you for your service. I hope we can work with Senator Rangel. I think there's better things to do than to bring an old bill.
I got an idea.
Past the last legislature.
I want to bring you guys together, and we'll do it at a dispensary in Tumon. We'll just get together. We'll talk about it. And yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. But we learned from the news that the bill was introduced. So,
okay.
We weren't informed. He usually doesn't inform us. We usually hear about it from you guys, and then we're asked to react to it.
Well, don't shoot the messenger.
Collaborative. Oh, no. Messengers are good. We'd like to be more collaborative with the messenger sender.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Simon.
All right, you guys take care.
Okay, you too. 8:24. Go right back out into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we head out to Jotnia, where Department of Public Health and Social Services PIO Janela Carrera is standing by. Usually we're hearing from her lately at the vaccination clinics, but they are doing a testing outreach.
Yeah, free community testing.
Right. Hi, Janela. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Chris and Bree. Chris, it's great to have you back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What's it looking like over there?
When I came in, there was actually a long line of cars waiting for testing. So looking pretty good. It's about 30 minutes away before we officially open for testing. So we're really excited to bring our community testing to a more southern village this time around.
And just so everybody knows, this is only for testing. This is not where you get a vaccination. So don't go there.
Right. That's right. Thanks for clarifying that, because I think I had heard that there might have been another radio station that announced that there is vaccination going on here. So I did want to clarify that we're not offering any vaccines at Jotnia. However, we do have a vaccination clinic at our Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan. So there are vaccines still being offered today, just not here in Jotnia. It's happening in Inarajan at our Southern clinic. So, and also Ukadu High School is not open today. So please don't go to Ukadu High School because there's nothing going on there. So I just want to make that clarification.
We had Dr. Cabrera on earlier on the show, and he was talking about the rapid engagement team is going to be rolling out this weekend, and he said that you'd be able to provide more information on that. So what do you have for us?
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Chris. You're coming in a little low, your volume.
Dr. Cabrera was on earlier, and he had talked about deploying the rapid engagement team this Saturday.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So what can you tell us on that?
Yes. Yeah, so we will be deploying rapid engagement team once again, and we'll be going to the village of, we'll be in Darido, but we're going to Santa Ana. As you know, I think this was sometime maybe late last year. We did see some high positive cases in that area. And we wanted to just to ensure that there aren't any more positive cases. As you recall, our rapid engagement team was going out and targeting certain populations, particularly in our Micronesian population. Our rapid engagement team was offering testing, going door to door, and wanted to ensure that we were reaching populations that we weren't seeing coming out to get testing. So we're once again mobilizing a rapid engagement team in the Santa Ana area, and in this particular area, a lot of our Micronesian brothers and sisters live there. So we are once again mobilizing and offering free testing in this village.
Do you have any idea how many tests you're going to have available, or is that just based on who comes out to get swabbed?
When we did a survey of this area in Dedido, I think we came upon about 50 or so residents that live there. So we're prepared to test all of them if hopefully they're willing to get tested. If we have to add a little bit more for padding, just in case there's more people. But when we spoke to some of the residents that live there, well, the survey that we did is about 50 residents that lived in that entire area.
Are you going to be heading out there with any members of the FSM community, maybe the community or civic organizations?
Yeah, in fact, we are already in communication with the FSM consulate office. In fact, I believe we're trying to organize a town hall with the FSM community leaders around the same time that we're going to be doing the rapid engagement team this weekend. So we're definitely in contact with the key leaders of the FSM community. So we're hoping that through these talks, maybe somebody from the FSM community will be part of our rapid engagement team, hopefully, if they're willing to come out with us. We're also going to have interpreters with us to, of course, be there and help us in the FSM languages. So we're going to be engaged with our FSM community.
The town hall, is that to talk about vaccines or about
Yes.
tests? Okay.
Yes, yeah. So while we're out there, we are planning to distribute educational material in the different FSM languages, just to encourage them to get vaccinated as well. We're seeing a low participation in getting the FSM community vaccinated. So, of course, the big question is why. So we want to get them some educational material, ensure that they're aware that there are vaccines out there for them, especially those who meet the eligibility criteria. So we're working on that now, is getting like the FAQs, the different educational material that we have translated, excuse me, in the different languages. And then while we're out there during our rapid engagement team, we're going to get those materials out to them. And then also the goal too is speaking to them one-on-one as well through our interpreters and letting them know if they have any questions about the vaccines. We're there to answer their questions as well. And that's going to happen also through the town hall, and then speaking to them one-on-one, and then getting these educational materials out to them as well.
When is the town hall?
I don't think the time, I don't know if the time has been formalized yet, but the goal, I believe, I think Dr. Cabrera is the one that's part of this. I think it's at 9 this coming Saturday, but I'm not sure if that time is subject to change because it's happening simultaneously alongside our rapid engagement team.
I see. Okay.
All right. Anything else, Janela?
No, just encouraging the community to come out. We have our free community testing here in the village of Jonia at the Jonia Gym. And then, of course, we still have, our vaccination clinic in the south in Arahan, our southern clinic. Nothing at Okadu. So just want to give that distinction, and no vaccination clinic here at Jonia. But I'm here at the Jonia Gym. We're going to be starting in about 30 minutes. So if you're interested in getting free free COVID-19 testing, even I'm getting confused, free COVID-19 testing, head on down to Jonia.
Thank
We're
you,
here
Janela.
till 12 p.m.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thanks, Janela.
All right.
Keep us posted.
Thanks, Chris
Okay.
Bree.
See you. Bye. Hey, it's 8:32 on the link. The Breeze 93.9 is proudly brought to you by Carrier at 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with Guam EPA. Also, Crystal Paco San Augustine has reached out and there is a draft version of the new executive order, as you heard right here on the link. I heard it here first, actually. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio saying that we're anticipating a return to PCOR 2
by the end of this week.
And the end of this week is tomorrow. And this is largely in part, I mean, obviously the virus is not raging at the levels it was just a couple months ago, but they need to go into PCOR 2 for a return to face-to-face learning. I guess they do. I don't even know why we would go to PCOR 2 when we're in PCOR 1 now and everything's open. So it's just interesting how they would stick to some parameters under these different pandemic conditions of readiness and then totally ignore others. But it is what it is. Oh, Pam! 8:33, so we'll be back with more of the link on the breeze next. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers beyond our borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Had to let that one rock. My late party, Savage K, living on through his music. There's two great late Chamorro artists on that track, Savage K, and of course, the man, JD Crutch. 842. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Southern Fam, Mount Carmel, coming on in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, we'll get Crystal Pacos and Augustine. As there is a draft EO slated to be released, well, probably tomorrow. PCOR 2. Looks like we're going back to PCOR 2 at 8:42. Now, this morning, we head to the KUAM News Zoom room where Nick Lee from the Guam Environmental Protection Agency is sitting by. It looks like he's over there at the testing site in Drutnia, the Drutnia gym. Nick, thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Your audio's
Are you guys
really
able to hear me?
not really.
Let me go outside.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So that testing is going down. I believe it starts in about 30 minutes. Yeah, 9 o'clock. So, again, that's for testing of COVID-19. It's not a vaccination clinic. Jason, good morning.
Yeah, well, while Nick gets set up, we'll let him get his tech situation all squared away. But we do want to reiterate what we heard from our friends at AdLoop, Crystal Paco-Stenogosine, of course, coming on later this morning to talk about what looks to be an imminent return to PCOR 2. She did, however, say earlier in the day that Rev & Tax has suspended additional services due to a single confirmed case of COVID-19. If you do have an appointment at the driver's license division or vehicle registration branch, effective immediately, those appointments have been suspended, but the agency will reach out to you to make the necessary reschedules. Again, driver's license branch and vehicle registration branch at Rev & Tax have been suspended for today. They will reach out to you. If you have any information or any questions or need to check out Rev & Tax's services, check out them on the World Wide Web at myguamtax.com.
Thank you, Jay. 844, Nick.
All right. How's this?
It's weird. It's like your mic is ambient. Oh yeah, what'd you do?
He's got those gamer. He's got the gamer headset.
Yeah. How about now?
Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah. So Nick, I wanted to bring you on just to follow up a little bit on that plastic bag ban, and just first of all, if you could answer some concerns people may have out there. I know that. I know that people are kind of scratching their heads seeing plastic bags out here at the stores, thinking that we did have a ban in effect. So just to clarify, what's the deal with the plastic bag ban?
Okay, well, I mean, there are some. I'm sorry, I'm getting rained on now. There are three important. there are three important dates that consumers, retailers, and wholesalers would have to keep in mind. So I do want to start off with that. So effective at the start of 2021 was a ban on the distribution of single-use.
We kind of lost you there, Nick.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. We can
All
hear
right.
you now. Okay, just start over.
All right, so I did want to point out three important dates that the community should really keep in mind. The first one is the January 1st, 2021 date, which banned the single-use carry-out bag. Then we have another date, December 31st of this year, which will ban the plastic bags that are compostable, biodegradable, or designated as a high density polyethylene bag. And then the third date is for July 1st of next year, where I think the only exception is for eating establishments or food establishments that will be able to use paper carryout bags. So the agency, is charged with enforcement of this bag ban. We are going to be meeting with the board of directors at the January regularly scheduled board meeting so that we can get their concurrence on the definitions of things like biodegradability, compostability of these bags. Part of our responsibility also is, especially when we're enforcing regulations on the community, is that we preserve the due process. So we want to try to remove as much of the confusion as we can. So we are going to be looking to our board for them to guide us through this process. Because remember, if an establishment gets a notice of violation for breaking the law on the plastic bag ban, that business does have the opportunity to appeal the notice, and that part of that process involves the board. So this is going to work well for us, so that we have a clearer guidance on how we're going to enforce this within the community, and we at the same time preserve the business's due process.
Nick, so where was the disconnect here? Was this something that was just flawed language in the bill, or was it something that you guys didn't foresee with the implementation of it? Because it does kind of seem like there's some gaps.
You know, we took a look at the intent of the law, right? And so the agency saw that the author of the law wanted to limit the amount of plastic in the landfill, and saw that an avenue would be point source with retail and wholesale establishments when you purchase items. So that was one thing. And then somewhere along the discussion, it turned into, well, there are other bags that will be allowed in the law, but would take much more time to biodegrade in the landfill. So, we went back with the author. We even talked about partnering with, for example, customs, right? Similar to our NOA process with pesticides, where it has to have some type of registration.
Right.
We wanted to make sure that we were able to stop the importation of these bags, at our border. Somewhere along the line, that didn't make it into the law, but we did provide our concerns and our recommendations on how the law should be carried out.
What are the penalties for violating this law?
They range anywhere from $500 to $1,000. I'm sorry, up to $10,000, depending on your frequency for violating it.
But Nick, as it stands now, could you clarify if businesses had existing stock of plastic bags, are they allowed to finish that stock out?
According to the law, they're not able to. If that bag does not meet the HDPE or the biodegradable or the compostable component that's spelled out in the law. So if it doesn't meet those requirements, as of the new year, they're not able to use those for distribution at all.
Okay. Yeah. So, if we see businesses using plastic bags, what's the protocol?
Well, we'd first have to, this is where the challenge comes in. We'd have to identify that the business establishment is using the correct plastic bag where it meets that biodegradable or compostable quality that's spelled out in the law. Again, we're looking to our board to set clearer definitions. I mean, worst case is you talk to your local or your off-island vendor and say, hey, I need to have something printed on these bags. There's nothing preventing that manufacturer, or there's very little preventing that manufacturer from printing something on that bag that would make it pass as something that could be used under the law. So there's a lot of things that the solid waste program management manager and the board have to iron out, so that we're able to properly enforce the restrictions on the plastic bags.
So as it stands right now, if I go into a place and they, bag food up or whatever it is, and I call Guam EPA to report it, there's no way you guys can enforce it right now.
we will respond to it. Now, I do want to point out that we are going to enforce this. So if we do receive a complaint from the community, the solid waste program will investigate. They'll identify themselves as to what they're doing at the establishment. They'll remind the store owner of the law, and then they'll take a look at the type of bags that are being offered to consumers at the point of sale. If a clear determination can be made that the retail owner is not complying with the law, then enforcement action and compliance would ensue. Absolutely.
What are the exemptions, Nick? Are there any exemptions to the law?
Again, the retail establishment has to demonstrate that the bag that's being offered to the consumer is biodegradable, compostable, or HDPE number 2 in nature. And that those bags are only going to be allowed until the end of this year. So that's something that I know a lot of businesses are concerned about, but there are a group of businesses who have recognized what the limitations are in terms of what type of bag that they're able to distribute. I also want to point out that this is for carry-out bags. So if you're going to go and bag your trash, you're able to use your plastic trash bag. If you're going to be buying produce and you see those bags on the rolls, at your local supermarket, you're able to use those. This law is focusing on carry-out bags.
So does that include when you get food to go?
Food to go. Okay, so so businesses that sell prepackaged food will have something a little bit different. But they'll at some point they'll only be able to use a paper bag.
Well, let's say Sabrina treats us to lunch and we get it from Grab and Go or Uno Go or any one of these Go services, and they bring the food in the plastic bag. Are we like breaking the law? Because I want to be able to sleep at night.
That's something that we would definitely pose to the board because the food delivery service is not the one that's selling you the food. They're a delivery service. So in some respect, if they are a business establishment, it's probably wise of them not to be using bags that don't comply with the law. That's probably the best practice that those types of establishments could be doing in their business operation.
Right on.
But and you're not the one that's going to get in trouble for possession of an illegal bag, Chris.
So if I get pulled over,
put that out there.
because the only bags I have are legal. I just want to make sure, when we get pulled over, hey, hide those plastic bags.
Yeah, no, it's not going to operate like that at all. It would be the business establishment who provided you the bag.
Right.
So if you have these non-compliant plastic bags at home, there's not going to be any penalty for you just because you're possessing a non-compliant bag.
Yeah, because if you open the cabinet under the kitchen, that's all you're going to find. I have like a ton of these bags, but I use them to put stuff in So, I guess my plastic bags are my reusable bags. But, at the end of the day, Nick, right, so obviously we know the intent. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with the idea that we need to, use less plastic, get, fewer things into the landfill. But again, it's just an example of, government agency A doesn't know what government agency B is, and then we pass these laws and, it comes down to enforcement. It ends up there's so many things to work out. So at the end of the day, let's just do our part as a community to go around with your reusable bag. Keep it in the car because I'm so guilty of this. I go somewhere and I don't have my reusable bags. They're in the cabinet. The other day I went to Payless and I had to use my backpack.
Right. Hey, Chris, you do bring up another point that you just reminded me about something. So the reusable bag, there are requirements for that. It's got to be made out of cloth or some type of plant-based fiber that is sewn together, that is machine washable, because they do have reusable carry-out bags that are made of plastic that are probably not going to be compliant with the law. So if you are going to be using your reusable carry-out bag, make sure it meets those definitions as well.
Or else they're going to stop you. They're going to stop you on your way out of the grocery store, and they're going to take all your groceries and flip it up your
Oh,
bag
no.
upside down.
I'm talking about... No. The retail establishment is the one that's going to be responsible for providing those types of bags.
Right.
Yeah. Again, we're not going to bust you for possession of an illegal bag.
I hope not. I mean, you guys are barely busting people for illegal dumping. You guys going to put a priority on that?
Ooh, get wrecked.
That's always going to be a challenge, Sabrina. I'll be honest with you. That's always going to be a challenge.
Well, what type of response are you guys doing for illegal dumping? I mean, now I know we're in a pandemic. Everyone kind of, checked out for COVID or whatever, but is there any enforcement going on from Guam EPA with illegal dumping? Because we haven't been able to go out there and see.
You could just drive down the road.
Right. We have received some complaints from mayors, especially when we were in a shutdown, that there was concerns over increased illegal dumping, since there's very little people on the road. So it seemed like it was probably something that was going to be easier to do. At this point, we are going to be working with the Mayor's Council, with their island-wide environmental cleanup plan. The MOA was signed. We will be releasing that information sometime today. But in terms of enforcement action, it's really difficult to get this done, only because short of being there to physically catch somebody, it's gonna present those challenges. So the idea behind solving the illegal dumping has to be systemic. There has to be an easier means for folks on island to dispose of their waste. That's one. I know that leadership has been talking about mandatory trash service, and that's something that the agency's always advocated. So those things are going to go hand in hand, and hopefully we see an end or a severe decrease in illegal dumping activity.
Yeah, it does seem like enforcing this plastic bag ban is very cosmetic when we're looking at, bigger issues like Sabrina said. All right, Nick.
Go ahead, Chris.
You good, Bree?
Anything new with the removal of the tire reef down south?
No, we're still working with the contractor who was awarded. So as soon as that's finalized and there's a motion on that, my offer stands with you. Any site assessments out over there, we'll make sure that you get the invite down to Mauricio.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Right on.
Okay.
Stay safe.
9 o'clock or KUAM FM Agotni Guam. It's a link on the breeze. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Crystal Pacos and Augustine, the communications director for Adaloop. You're right, though, Bree. It's this illegal dumping. I mean, God, if I could count how many stories we've done, how many times I've heard Nick Lee say that we're going to work with the Mayor's Council, how many times we've interviewed the mayors about this issue, and still nothing. I mean, I got it a whole cruising.
No, you're going to talk about giving me a business of fine for carrying a leather bag for my groceries or whatever it is, but yet we can't even find the owner of what is it, the hotel or the abandoned building
garage.
down in Tawanda to issue a notice of violation.
Yeah.
I don't know. Illegal dumping just gets me so pissed.
Oh, it does me too.
Along with the drug problem.
I feel you. We've got this Guam EPA board now trying to figure out how to deal with this plastic bag ban. Meanwhile, people are dumping. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a picture I saw on that Sejong Road around Kmart. There's a whole dump site there. I'm pretty sure all the dump sites that we reported on, prior to the pandemic, they're probably way worse. And I remember I did a cruising with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenori, and one of the ideas that they had, which is so freaking simple. we subsidize so much, and we do it, happily when it comes to hiring political people or whatever. Put a dumpster out there. You know what I mean? Easy. Problem solved. That's 9:02. Again, we'll take a break, and we'll come back with more of The Link on the Breeze. 93.9. Good morning.
Go big in 2021. Conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continued to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Tibwerikin fødum Meri veri lawo Niniga saga se Neminaru bwedi yorko se wotene go sabido Kusi wote sabido Eri airi singaworo Ferry do my nebi You took out away to see Hey, it's a second feet. My bottom keep party. Let me not with the Yorko say what's in a go with Sabido. Cause what's a Sabido, Eddie, I sing out. Ferry do my nebi. You took out away to see. Hey, it's a second feet. My bottom keep party. Magi am tongeri. Respectiriso Spikiri fogo Ngang mi side out re Magi onto nyeri Nyeri Efere keri Keri Respectiriso Spikiri fogo Ngang mi side out re Leminaru bwedi yorko se wotene go bu sabido Kusi wote sabido redi airi singaworo Ferry do my nebi
Hey, good morning. It's Kid from Chuck. As we're just talking about, there's going to be a vaccination town hall, Bree,
Vaccination town hall, virtual town hall meeting, yes.
this weekend.
Right, according to Janella, and then we had messaged Dr. Cabrera.
Right.
So that's the plan, I guess, according to the two of them, that there'll be a virtual town hall meeting Saturday morning with the FSM community. But there is a virtual town hall meeting this afternoon at 2 o'clock with GDOE.
Right. And that's about vaccination.
Right.
Right. And then they're also planning on deploying the rapid engagement team.
This Saturday, Santa Ana subdivision in Dededo. About 50 or more residents are there. And then I guess the decision was based on how, I guess sometime last year, last year, they started to see an increase in positive cases in that area.
So definitely challenging for public health to kind of run parallel the vaccination effort and then still continue to be out there testing the community and going into these presumed hot spots. They're also doing a COVID-19 testing at the Jotnia Gym. We're about 10 minutes into that. We spoke with Janelle earlier. Also, Nick Lee, Guam EPA's up there. So if you guys haven't been tested for the virus, this testing is open to everybody, symptom, no symptoms, whatever.
That's until 12 o'clock this afternoon, and I believe it's 250 maybe COVID tests that are available.
Right.
And it's the rapid one, so you'll find out in like 15 minutes.
Right there. 9/11, let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're going to get more info on a return to PCOR 2. Here with Crystal Paco San Agustin from the governor's office. She is the communications director. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, KUAM. Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing so well at promoting all our outreach events. Again, Jotnia Gym today. If you want to get tested, if you're eligible for the vaccine, please head down to Southern Region Community Health Center. And then, yes, the ongoing virtual town halls. Today we have virtual town hall with DOE. if you want to learn more. And on Saturday for our FAS community, we're also having one, in addition to an RET, a rapid engagement team. So a lot of things going on this week. I think we need to start putting out a calendar so even I can keep track.
Right.
But thank you so much for doing your part to promote all those events.
So, of course, we're here to help. 912, we brought you on, though. We're tracking with Lieutenant Governor, had his announcement on Tuesday that we'd return to PCOR 2 by the end of the week. And you've actually got a draft executive order, right? What's it say?
Well, like I do most times when there's a new EO, Governor Leon Guerrero is expected to sign an executive order that would transition Guam from PCOR 1 to PCOR 2. And as you all know, that the pandemic condition of readiness system was modeled after the typhoon readiness system. And so PCOR 4, meaning all clear, and PCOR 1 in the eye of the storm, or the storm is near. And actually, I know this because of malfunction, and you're, oh, how I wish it was condition 4. I actually know that because of you. I know the typhoon readiness system because of you.
Classic.
So Governor Leon Guerrero is expected to sign an executive order that would transition the people of Guam from PCOR 1 to PCOR 2. This would take effect on Monday. At least that's what the draft EO says. It would take effect on Monday. This means that most activities will be permitted to operate under moderate restrictions. And the biggest change that you're going to see in this upcoming EO is relative to indoor dining. So currently, indoor dining is allowed to operate at a 25% occupancy load, but effective Saturday, and that's the day after tomorrow, and this is pending the signing of the EO, indoor dining and eating and drinking establishments will be permitted to operate at no more than 50% occupancy. And of course, they'll be subject to the guidance set forth by the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So we're talking wearing a mask when you're not eating, signing in for at least one member of your party, no more than 6 people per table. And of course, the tables are separated by 6 feet at least. There's temperature checks at the door and sanitization upon arrival. And so from my dining experiences so far, this has been going great. I really hope that patrons actually police their restaurants and be like, hey, you didn't allow me to sign in, or you didn't take my number. And then this, I want to encourage people of Guam to actually download the Guam COVID Alert app. This is a great opportunity to make sure you're doing your part to keep each other safe. So businesses should be encouraging their patrons to download the Guam COVID Alert app. Just yesterday, we celebrated this big milestone. Over 30,000 people downloaded the app. That's 40%. That's 40% of our target. And so we're doing great. People of Guam definitely want to get back to normal, and they're doing their part, as you can see by the CAR score. So we've been, the Strive for 5 effort has been a very successful campaign. The people of Guam, they listened, and they're doing it. So for almost 50 days, we've been at a CAR score of under 5. And for over 40 days, we've been at a CAR score of under 2. And so last night, the Joint Information Center, we reported a CAR score of 1.1. That's great, because we know that the low CAR score correlates to low hospitalizations, fewer deaths, and then fewer people testing positive for COVID-19.
Crystal, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's the biggest change
right.
in the EO.
In the previous EO, was there something about 10 people per table?
So actually, that was I think that was relative to dining. So outdoor dining, because social gatherings are limited to no more than 15 people. Outdoor dining, I believe, is the same. But let me pull that up right now.
But for indoor, it would be no more than 6 per table.
No more than 6. Again, we're very very cautious as we proceed. We know that one case could affect a whole restaurant and could lead to mass spread. And so that's why we have those mitigation measures at the door throughout your dining experience, where I'm telling you to download the app. So yes, if you're dining indoors, no more than 6. If you're dining outdoors, it can be up to 15, because you're outdoors, because you can socially distance, and they don't have to be from the same household. So that's another distinction. So you don't have to be from the same household, indoors or outdoors.
Bree?
I don't have anything on the executive order.
That's a good thing. There's a few questions. I'm happy to hear that.
Right. Can we talk about, have you heard anything? The governor's spoken with the congressman about the situation with the PUA?
You know, we really put our trust in Director Dave De La Sola. Then again, that's information that was communicated to him relative to the changes in the extended PUA. Again, we want unemployment and uninsurance for the people of Guam. I can't speak too much. I haven't been able to meet with both the governor and Dave, so I don't want to say anything into existence that doesn't exist. But actually,
You don't want to have a press conference and just say some stuff?
Well, I think Dave said all of it. I really do think Dave said all of it. I do actually want to note that Governor Leon Guerrero, Director Art St. Augustine, and I believe members of our surgeon cell, they did speak with General Perna yesterday morning. General Perna has assured the people of Guam that, we're going to get our allotments for vaccines, and Guam continues to do great. We're doing very well when it comes to our aggressive vaccination effort, especially as we continue to bring more clinics online, more sites online. I know we're talking about another central location so that we can have opportunities for North, Central, and South to get vaccinated with more vaccines coming in, more supply. It's just going to be like our testing situation. Bree and Chris, I remember going on your show early on in our COVID response, and I couldn't tell you how many test kits we had.
Right.
And it was scary. It was a scary situation. We had very low supply, but now we have over 40,000 test kits, and we could test anyone that wants to get tested for COVID-19. It's available to anyone who needs it. And so that's going to be the situation I would hope in the horizon for vaccinations. We have a big demand. I'm so happy our Manupko want to go and get vaccinated, that as it opened up to the general public, that more people will get vaccinated. We'll start to build that herd immunity that we keep talking about. And that by later this year, we could start to feel some normalcy, of course, but with the mask, with social distancing, with sanitization, of course.
Crystal, I just got a call. People are asking, with the return of PCOR 2, what types of Government of Guam operations will resume or otherwise be modified?
That is the thing I don't have the answer to just yet. I'm only looking at a draft EO. I'll have more information later today, and I'll publish that, or I'll let you guys know as soon as I find out.
Okay.
That's it.
I love it. Short, sweet, to the point. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for doing your part. Wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance. You guys know the drill. Thanks so much.
See you, Crystal. There you go.
Thanks,
Communications Director for Adelup, Crystal Paco, St. Augustine, 919. We're going to go to Agate, well, virtually, and catch up with Mount Carmel and find out how they're posturing for a return to face-to-face education. I mean, pretty much all that needs to be done, according to Crystal, is the Magahaga to sign the executive order, and we'll be in PCOR 2. Indoor dining, 50% capacity. That starts on a Saturday. And for the most part, kids whose parents have decided that they will opt for face-to-face learning will begin to do that on Tuesday. Okay, a 9:20 short break. We're back with more of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Battling COVID-19 is an unprecedented global challenge. To get communities around the world back up and running as quickly and safely as possible, public health authorities are building smartphone apps to help with contact tracing. Contact tracing is one of the best ways to stop a virus from spreading. It can take thousands of disease investigators to alert everyone who's been in contact with people who've tested positive. But even if disease investigators do their jobs perfectly, alerting the people a COVID patient doesn't know or can't remember is incredibly difficult. Smartphone apps that public health authorities build can help people at risk of infection get notified much more quickly. But a contact tracing app works best when more people download it. And being asked to download an app without knowing how it will handle your personal information might cause people to worry about their privacy, and they may not feel safe participating. That's why engineers at Apple and Google have been working together to make public health technology that protects individual privacy, so that people never have to choose between their privacy and the health and safety of their community. You're probably wondering what that means and how that all works, and we're going to walk you through it in a second, but first let's be really clear about a couple things. First, apps using this system cannot track your location. And second, this system does not share your identity with Google, Apple, or other users. Here's how that works. For every phone that's opted in, our technology disguises your identity by generating a random sequence of numbers that change every few minutes. Then, using Bluetooth, anytime your phone detects another phone close by that's also opted in, the two exchange those random numbers. If in the future someone's positive for COVID-19, they can report that positive result in their app. Any phones that had exchanged random numbers in the last 14 days will receive a notification that they may have been exposed to COVID-19 without revealing their identity. Public health authorities can then help anyone at risk get testing and treatment. But it's up to all of us to help with contact tracing. Do your part and look for your public health authority app that uses this exposure notifications system. The more people who participate, the sooner we can beat COVID-19 and get our communities back on their feet.
925, it's the Link on the Breeze, 93.9. Let's head down to the Village of Fireworks. Mount Carmel down in Agate, where we have 3 teachers from the school standing by. We have Chamorro teacher Ryan Leon Guerrero, and also teachers Isabella Becker and Crystal Augustine. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Half a day, everybody.
Buenas, half a day.
Right on. Isabella, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's just get right into it. So, Mount Carmel, you guys have been doing an online thing, I think, since there was a little period where everyone went back to school for like a week in August, and then we had the crazy surge, right? They went back to online. Just to talk a little bit about that. Was that... Obviously, it was a first for a lot of teachers. So what was that like, just kind of getting used to online teaching?
You know, I think a lot of it, because we've been doing it since last March 2020, we've really innovated our approach and really refined our online presence. So that way, with great hopes, now that we're going to do face-to-face, the transition between online and face-to-face is going to be smooth for us. So that's why that way there's really no discrepancies or any learning gaps really in terms of class progression. So, you know, we've been really well with holding our traditional MCS events. You know, the ones that are really popular are known for on island, like our Christmas concert and a lot of our fairs. But you know, our parents have really trusted us with the academic, and we've been really good with keeping the lines of communications open. We have someone, an on-site admin, to help us with online learning if the kids have a hard time connecting or if they need resources. So we've been doing really good, and I would like to say, you know, our parents are very happy, the students are very happy, but at the same token, they're very really excited to get back in the classroom, because you really can't, being in class, you can't really compare with being in the classroom and being with your friends. But we're really going to make sure that the kids are protected and safe, and we're following all the protocols needed to protect our students and everyone as well.
What was the response when you guys sent out the surveys about who wants to come back to do face-to-face and who wants to remain online?
We're looking at the overall response. Above like 50% of our population are wanting to come back face to face. As parents, we're really, really overwhelmed. They're really happy. They already had a yes, a thumbs up, exclamation point. So they're really, really, really excited to get back in the classroom, and they're really wanting to work with us to make sure that the students have everything they need and what we need as well. So that way we continue face-to-face instruction and online instruction simultaneously as well.
Isabella and Ryan, how excited are you guys to see your students in what we call real life?
Para go Sen Magofzo, I'm extremely happy to get back into the classroom and see my students. And really, I feel that it's most important to our 8th graders. A lot of the 8th graders at MCS are going to be leaving into different high schools, and a lot of them have been going to MCS since they were pre-K, and so MCS itself is very family oriented. A lot of the students grew up together, and so for us to give them this opportunity to return and see their friends maybe for the last time before they depart into high school and into college, I really do feel that it's good for them, and they all are excited. I'm again set Sumen Magovzo. I'm extremely excited to get back in, and teaching the Chamorro language online definitely has its challenges. Teaching any language really, but I feel that the returning to face will strengthen that our communication, our bond as a class, and we can definitely move forward to perpetuating the Chamorro language. So,
Isabella.
Yeah, I agree with Senyo. I think, as teachers, we're all really excited to get back into the classroom. And I think one of the best parts is just seeing how excited the kids are. They really miss that social interaction that you can only get from being in the same room as their peers. So they're all very, very excited to get back into the classroom. I think one of the best things about MCS is that we're going to simultaneously have online classes and in-person classes. So that means that those that are staying online, they'll still get to have that interaction with the students that are choosing to go back face-to-face, which is really special because they've created a lot of strong bonds, even while learning from distance. Through our events and things like that, they've really created a strong bond. And as a teacher, it's just wonderful to see that.
What about the protocols and the safety measures? I mean, everybody kind of has figured out what we have to do to keep the kids and, the teachers and the staff at any school safe from the spread of the virus. What types of measures have you guys put in place down there, Crystal?
So upon entry, they're definitely going to be, we designated staff to conduct the temperature and the sanitation procedures as well. And we've also are going to send out a letter to the parents and guardians, to really ask them to kind of limit visiting the campus and to only kind of have it in the main office. So it's really, really going to be a controlled campus in terms of making sure that we're upholding the safety protocols. There's definitely going to be signage throughout the campus and markings on the floor as well, so that way students kind of know what directions where to go to, how to eliminate contact, so that way we kind of slow the spread. We also will have designated rooms in the event. If a student feels ill, we'll have a room as well just for isolation. And then we're also going to make sure that we uphold the Department of Public Health and Social Services protocols, so that way we make sure that we're eliminating any chances of spread of the COVID-19 virus. Aside from that, during our first week, if I can, when we had that first week back in the beginning of the school year, our students were already used to social distancing. They kind of already conditioned themselves, right? So as the weeks went by to the the anticipation of getting back on campus, we kind of reminding them, it's just like when you're going to like Ross or grocery shopping, you have to remember to adhere to the signage there. So, the kids have been really well, and the parents are very cooperative in terms of really making sure that everybody's safe. And I think it's just the normal thing now to be mindful of if you're feeling sick, stay home. If you have a cough, a sneeze, you stay home, always wear your mask. So, we're really, really doing all we can to make sure that our students are going to be safe. The desks will definitely be positioned in a manner where we're upholding social distance. So we're really going to make sure we eliminate the contact. And, I think a lot of it as a teacher, right, you have to go in and you have to really kind of be kind of silly about it. So you have to say like, boys and girls during break time, you can't play tag, or you can't place little notes, you can't share your snacks. So, our kids have been really resilient during this pandemic. And I think, the parents have been such wonderful partners, doing all they can to make sure they give them advice to follow the instructions, listen to your teachers. So that way we can continue to have our learning face to face.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
Hi, everybody. Thanks again for joining us. So I had a question for the three of you as teachers, because so much of what makes Mount Carmel such like a unique experience, and it's respected island-wide, is the music program. Like along with physical education and things like that. So have you guys had any discussions with your fellow faculty members about like how you'll be able to maintain the love and the practice of music in this very, very odd, new environment we live in?
Well, I know to date, Mr. D, our musical director, and also our principal of the school, he's been really good in innovating teaching online, because as you know, we can't learn an instrument if you don't have the actual instrument. So Mr. D has been really good with applications, having the students download apps that, manipulate keyboard playing or guitar playing. So I know further details are going to be disseminated, and Mr. D has been really good and resilient about keeping the kids safe. So we're definitely going to provide more insight in terms of, the musical direction. But, we really, we want to continue the traditions of our Song Fest, that we have, our Content Chamarita. We want to make sure that we continue to have that all required music and dance. So parents can definitely look forward to having all the traditional MCS events and the fairs and the usual academic activities that we usually have will definitely be placed, but it'll definitely be augmented to make sure that we're practicing safety and health mechanisms.
No, thank you. Yeah, I've had the good fortune of having the privilege to cover the MCS Science Fair in the past and everything like that, and I cannot wait till you guys have that again, because it is a sight to see. It's an amazing exhibition. So maybe Ryan, if you can jump in and talk about how the challenges of running a Chamorro language class, and maybe Isabella, and forgive me, Isabella, what is your subject? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Middle school social studies and history, and it's been a really ripe environment to talk about current events for sure. Yeah, there is no shortage of material for you just in the last 10 days, I would assume, and everything. So yeah, so maybe if the two of you can just talk about like what challenges and opportunities does the new format present for you in passing on that instruction to your kids? I'm sorry.
Oh, ladies first.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan.
So in social studies, I think one of the best things is the application of technology, right? That's one of the highlights about the pandemic, with all of its struggles and hardships. At the end of the day, it's provided students with more being able to utilize technology at a much higher rate than they were previously. So we've really had the opportunity to kind of keep up with current events in real time. For example, all of the debates, presidential debates, the vice presidential debate, we were able to watch in real time together. And I think things like that are really special. In addition to that, even just this morning, when we were presenting some of the current events, we were able to talk in real time about the unprecedented second impeachment of President Donald Trump. I mean, it's just we can keep going and we can see things in real time together. And I think that's very, very special. And in addition to that, you know, we've been provided federal funding to provide laptops and other technological devices to students so that no one gets left behind. So I just think, you know, being able to meet digitally and help them learn new digital tools is so important, not only right now in this pandemic, but for their futures as well. The world is moving into a new digital space, and this has helped the kids to, you know, garnish new skills for that time.
That's really interesting, Isabella, because I remember when I was in school, I was at St. Anthony's in the 6th grade, you know, with that Catholic education program. And the biggest story that we had was when the Challenger space shuttle, the tragedy there when it exploded and everything. I mean, we stayed on that for, you know, the next 2 months of school. I can only imagine with the pace that news happens these days, and, you know, everything, like just in Washington with what's happening, and, you know, you guys have ample information that you've got to sift through and then, you know, try and decipher to young minds and everything. So, you know, our prayers to you, because that's a lot of work, certainly. You know, maybe now, Ryan, if we can fold you into the conversation. So, teaching Chamorro, you know, I mean, I assume it's monstrously hard to do over a virtual environment, because so much of what we have for our culture and what we believe in and who we are as a people requires that, you know, that face-to-face, you know, interaction and telling people, you know, it's not just a language, it's a way of life. It's what you feel in your heart and your mind and everything like that. So how have you had to maybe like adjust some of your lesson plans when you teach about who we are to your kids?
So really, with the whole distance learning, yes, it does make it very difficult to teach the Chamorro language. And my goal overall, first and foremost, is to teach the students conversational Chamorro. But because of the online, yes, we do have a lot of discussion-based classes. I feel like the only way to really learn and use the language is to practice it and use it, right, in everyday conversation. And so that's kind of how I have been running my classrooms as far as our Google Classroom meets, right? We come together, we go through the notes, we discuss Gifino Chamorro, puro at Gifino Chamorro. Ang tisina ma comprendi, pues faisin zunay I will help you understand, right, the best that I can. Really what I've been doing, because Chamorro is not just language, Chamorro is everything, right? Chamorro is our lifestyle, like you said. Absolutely. It is history, it is traditions, it is customs, right? And so a lot of what I've been doing in my classroom is, again, utilizing the technology that is provided to us, right? So we watch a lot of YouTube videos on the history, right? What happened maybe during the Japanese occupation and so on and so forth. We learn about customs, different Chamorro customs, right? Tangingi, respeto, you know, all of these different aspects. And so really there's a lot of aspects that make up the Chamorro culture and language, right?
Well, if you get that part figured out, please let us know here at KUM, because we've been trying to figure out for the last year of doing this show how to amen like over Zoom and everything, and we haven't worked that one out yet. So,
really, what I find that works. When I was going to high school and even some of my college courses, we would play Kahoots. I'm not sure if you've ever heard it, but Kahoot is a online learning platform basically, and so really it's an English-based platform, right? But it doesn't have to be limited to just English. And so I take a lot of my lessons and I turn it into a Kahoot, Gifino Chamorro, and my kids play this game. You know, they interact together, they help each other. And so that's really the nicest thing about it is because Chamorro is family, it's familia, it's comunidad. I encourage my students to help each other. I encourage my students to help somebody if they don't really know how to pronounce it or so on and so forth, right? It's a learning environment. We learn together as a unit, we practice together as a unit, and we will move forward as a unit, right? And so it does, of course, it has its challenges, but my kids have learned so much in the first 2 quarters that I am sumen magufzo dan sen banadoso para I manestudanteku. You know, I'm extremely proud of my students because they're picking up the language at a super fast, rapid pace that I have to continue to go back into my books and push myself to go further than what I have originally lesson planned, right? Because they want to know more. Oh, senor, but I want to know how to say this. Okay, can we take a break and we'll pick that up next week? But right now, let's work with this,
So this really is a case of the students having taught the teacher.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
And it really is that way. Yes, and it's amazing. It truly is amazing.
Well, I can say, as a product of the Catholic education system locally, and as a son of two educators and everything, the three of you and your faculty and the entire administration down there, we're big fans of your program, and you guys are truly doing the Lord's work. And we send our prayers and our well wishes to you as you embark on this new return to class, and just keep on doing what you're doing, because Lord knows, being a teacher over the last year has been unbelievably trying. But the fact that you guys do it, and you do it because you genuinely love the craft, and you do it because you genuinely love your students and everything like that, is you guys, we can't thank you enough. So thank you guys for. And now, if I may, I'd just like to go round robin real quick. I'm sure you've had this discussion a cajillion times already, but since the world is watching right now, since we're on Facebook Live, what is the most common thing that you're saying with the return to school being imminent now, just days away? What are you saying to parents to allay their concerns, and then what are you saying to students to welcome them back?
For me, a lot of what I've been saying from the get-go is, put your trust in us, put your trust that we believe we're going to continue to carry out our tradition and carry out the mission of tradition, spirit, heritage, and pride. We want our parents to continue to trust that their kids are going to be in absolute great care. And, all we have to do is continue to really trust each other and work together. And this is what really kind of helps us that's made our program so successful, is that our parents really, really trust that we're going to continue providing everything that you're used to, everything that we're, popular or well known for, both face-to-face and then also remotely, as we've been doing. So, trust has been definitely been the main message that I've been conveying to parents. A lot of them, naturally have their apprehensions, but if they're able to, we've been able to continue our partnerships with them, and we believe that the good Lord is going to guide us and keep us safe. And like a school of Catholic faith, we're going to continue to work together and work on making our students safe all together. So it looks like our parents and our students are very, very excited. Our faculty and staff are also very excited because, like Izzy was saying, you really can't match that face-to-face instruction. And if I could really fast, I'm sorry, Senor has been very successful with our Chamorro language program, but we've also been very successful with Latin as well.
Nice.
If you don't already know, yes, Mount Carmel School is we picked up the ancient tradition of ecclesiastical Latin, so that kind of promotes our curriculum. We already are in the Institute of Catholic Liberal Education, also known as classical education. So we're one of the first schools in the Asia Pacific region to adapt this new classical method in terms of really having God at the center of everything we do. So aside from Chamorro, our students from 4th to middle school are also learning Latin as well. So they know their prayers in Latin. They all know the church hymns, the song, the verbs, the action, all the prose and everything that goes with Latin. So our program has been definitely very successful thus far, continues to be successful.
Well, may your entire student population, the entire student body, Vidi Vici. I came back to school, I saw, and I conquered.
It's very good that you say that. Our students have been really good at engaging.
And that's the only Latin I know, by the way. So, I just tapped out, and that is the entirety of my Latin knowledge. So,
you're more than welcome to visit us at Mount Carmel School and just see how much knowledge our students have acquired, learning both Latin and Chamorro. And MCS continues to be unbeatable, right, in that kind of sense. So, not only have we progressed tremendously with academics, we really kind of worked with our Catholic formation as well in terms of really going back to the heart of the church and to the old tradition as well.
All right. Well, okay. So we got about a minute left. So Isabella and Ryan, your final thoughts on what you can say to students and parents as you prepare to return.
I say we have a plethora of safety protocols in place, not only at the school, but with busing as well. I know that's been a huge concern for parents. There are busing protocols that will be followed. And Mount Carmel does bus, should have a busing system in place island-wide. So, if someone's thinking about possibly sending their child there, but that may be holding them back, there is busing in place, and, we'll be following safety protocols. On top of that, this Catholic liberal arts education is so special in that all of us teachers, we consistently work together to kind of pull off of each other's curriculum. So when we say Mount Carmel educates the whole child, we really do. It follows through in our lesson plans, in our textbooks that we have. I mean, in social studies, I not only teach social studies, but I pull from music lessons. I work with the Latin teacher, I work with the Chamorro teacher to talk about, all of the rich history on Guam, and everything is really so interconnected. When we say MCS is a familia, we mean it.
All right. Well, let's end with Ryan right now. So, Senor, your final thoughts on your return to school.
Again, I'm extremely happy for it. Not only for myself, but I know the students have been waiting for this day since last year, and now that it's finally happening, their excitement has given me extra excitement. So it's almost as if this excitement is shooting in jolts of laser beams or something out of my hands, right? Because I'm just too excited for that. But
you're gonna go all
really,
Iron Man
really,
on them, huh?
Yes, really. I can't wait to get in there and to learn the language in a face-to-face environment. I think will definitely have a very strong hold with the students, and will allow them to communicate with the staff at our school in Chamorro and so on and so forth. And I feel like that's something, one of our goals is to become a Chamorro school, really implement the Chamorro language for all faculty, staff, and students. And so far we're working our way there. And, I have non-Chamorro students that greet with buenas and hafa now, on a regular basis.
Right
so
on.
That's a step, and we're going to keep taking these little steps until we eventually get there. But yes, again, I'm very excited. I'm very happy, and I'm ready to go. I think we're all ready to go.
All right, guys. Well, we appreciate your time, and there's a lot of work left to do, so we're going to let you get to it. But I know the three of you can speak for your entire faculty down there. You guys embodied the fact that teaching, it's not just a job, it's a calling. So wonderful to spend time with you guys, and good luck, and we look forward to catching up with you.
Thank you so much for having us.
All right, have a wonderful day.
Thank you for having us. And everyone's welcome to contact the school if you have further questions in terms of enrollments or any interest in our program. We welcome all the students who we have enrollments from GO to UNATIC. So again, thank you KUM for allowing us to come on your show and to
There's another great thing, Chris, about Mount Carmel. They're really great at marketing.
They are, yeah. And that's 565 5128.
Hey, I've always respected that,
All right.
Well done.
That's that. Okay. It's 9:50. Thanks, Jay.
That was fun. Really
yeah.
good group of people, and again, another school working really, really hard to do education the right way.
Sabrina?
Yes?
Some of the takeaways this morning?
There was a lot of takeaways this morning. We heard from Dr. Felix Cabrera. There's going to be, and Janella, from Public Health this Saturday, there is going to be a rapid engagement team deployment to the Santa Ana subdivision, where they are going to be doing rapid testing there, as well as hold a virtual town hall meeting with the FSM community around 9 a.m. That's the tentative time to just kind of spread awareness about vaccines. Again, that's 9 a.m. Saturday. Currently, there is a drive-through COVID-19 testing at the Jutnya Gym. That's until 12 o'clock this afternoon. Also underway is the vaccination clinic over at Inarahan, Southern Region Community Health Center for the 1C category, which is 60 years and older. What else? The spokesperson, or not even spokesperson anymore, communications director Crystal Paco San Augustine, she was on the show. She went through the draft executive order, which the governor is expected to sign tomorrow.
Some of the changes will be indoor dining 50% starting on Saturday, no more than 6 people per table. And then there were going to be some changes to GovGuam operations, but she didn't have the information on that, so Although we do know we'll be going back into PCOR 2 effective, pretty much Saturday. That draft EO was still in draft form, so listen up tomorrow, and we'll get you all the other pertinent information. Other takeaways from the show this morning, Jason. There was a positive case at Rev and Tax that affected their operations for the day.
Yeah, the driver's license division, as well as let me bring it up here, the driver's license division or driver's license branch and the vehicle registration branch. If you have an existing appointment with that, your appointment now has been suspended, but staff will be in contact with you. We can assume that they've been working on that already, and hopefully all of their appointees have been contacted to reschedule those. Any information about Rev and Tax's services relative to driver's licenses or vehicle registration can be found at myguamtax.com.
And then one of the big, kind of a follow-up to a big revelation we had yesterday on the show with Dave Della Sola, talking about the latest guidance that he had from US DOL on just who is and who isn't, more importantly, eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance. There was a development yesterday with Congressman St. Nicholas having a press conference, and then we brought Dave on this morning to kind of respond to that, Bree.
Right. So if you watched the press conference yesterday, the congressman was saying that, basically I wish Della Sola had reached out to me before releasing that information, because according to what he's seen, what he's heard, that there is no changes to the PUA eligibility, but that was based on December 30th guidance that he received. And so the information that Della Sola provided and broke here on the link yesterday was based on a January 8th guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor, albeit we all hope that Dave is wrong on this, and that the congressman is
strenuously
right.
Yeah.
So really, there's just discussions underway in Washington. Hopefully, the congressman can turn this around, and hopefully he's right that maybe it's just an administrative type of issue, and we will have some good news to report. But right now we're just in this holding pattern until we get more. That's all we have for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
Dave,
do not apply, by the way.
Yeah,
do not
basically,
apply.
Dave did double down on the information that he had, and he said that is what it is at this moment.
I do have one quick request, guys, since you were talking about, Bree, the testing centers and possible vaccination. One of our Link family members sent me a message on Facebook Messenger. It says, will homebound vaccinations also be available for caregivers?
Yes, that Dr. Hoa was on our show this morning because AMC is joining with HSP this weekend to do homebound vaccinations in PD, and he did say that it's not just going to be for the homebound it will be for the caregivers as well, because it makes no sense.
That's what Dr. Hoa said. It wouldn't make sense to vaccinate the elderly but not their caregivers.
And because I know this because I was a caregiver, and we had a caregiver that would also come from the outside, and sometimes you're not always in the same house, so makes perfect sense to do it that way.
So
all right,
that's
so Bev test, there you go.
Another takeaway, we had Guam EPA's Nick Lee on to kind of clarify the plastic bag ban, but I'm only more confused after that interview. Apparently there's things that the Guam Environmental Protection Agency needs to do at the board level to adequately enforce this plastic bag ban. And then we kind of went off in a side convo about illegal dumping and where we are with that. Well, guess what? It's still happening. So that was definitely an interesting conversation. Also, we heard from Senator Sabina Perez and Senator Clint Rigel on some of the measures that they have before the floor. We got Senator Sabina's take on this whole Department of Labor back and forth with the congressman, and one thing that she had said that she was interested in doing was looking at Department of Labor and some of their workforce development programs. As we look at what everyone is saying is going to be a tough year economically. Okay. Yeah.
What's the matter?
No, my formatting on this, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, we got tech support right here.
Right
tech support
on.
in the
Tech
house.
support. Yep.
Don't delete that.
Okay. What do you need?
To figure out how I can copy and paste.
We had a comment about your shirt, Jason.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now I know you used to work at Blockbuster, so is that actually left over from when you worked at Blockbuster?
No. I found this on Redbubble.com. It's a like a vintage throwback shirt, but hey, really fun job.
I can imagine you going around today and people being like, "What's a video?"
Oh, yeah.
VHS.
Okay,
Huh.
speaking of which, before we go, not a burning question, but
Okay, everybody, this is Jason Solis' left field moment for the show.
I rented a documentary that I think you would be very interested in last night. It's called Happy, Happy, Joy, Joy, the story behind Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, wow.
And it's not just, like the creative team that put the cartoon together, but it's a very tragic story. It's some pretty serious stuff.
You know, I watched this documentary about tickling. Competitive endurance tickling.
Oh, I've heard about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's going to lead ESPN Sports Center newscast, but I mean, it is a thing.
Yeah, check that one. I think you might like that one.
I mean, if you can do competitive hot dog eating, then competitive tickling.
I actually have done competitive hot dog eating.
Officially, or you just
I did officially
challenge yourself
way back.
The block party.
The block party.
Block party.
I'm actually I don't want to brag.
I know I used to work with the 2-time winner, Domingo Ocampo. He too is a teacher. Yeah.
I don't want to brag, but of course I will. I actually won a hot dog eating competition.
How many did you polish off?
6.5.
Whoa! In how many minutes?
And these were Nathan's, by the way. Yep.
Which don't skimp on the meat. I mean,
I think it's 5 minutes. We had like 5 minutes maybe or something. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's something I don't really like to brag about, but I will.
You brag?
Oh, what?
No way.
Come on.
Oh my gosh.
We were just actually talking about hot dogs yesterday and everything like that. What's your favorite kind of hot dog? You got
Okay, Hebrew National.
Those are good.
They are.
Have you ever tried?
It's like the vegan hot dog. I mean, it's not really vegan, but it's like they make you feel good about eating a hot dog because they actually pet the piggies before they turn them into hot dogs and they sing them songs.
That's like Kobe beef.
Yeah, it's the Kobe beef of hot dogs. I mean, Hoffy, shoot, why not? Not Tasset when it comes to the hot dogs. I just figure it's a hot dog already. You know what I mean?
You know what though? My favorite. I mean, it's.
What's your favorite hot dog, Jay?
The hot dog and the way to eat. You go watch a baseball game down at Paseo Stadium. I long for those days when we can do that again, man. I mean, even if it's a boiled hot dog, like public school fundraiser. Nothing wrong with boiled hot dog, man.
I like the hot dogs over in Jigo and the ones over at DRT. Those are pretty good.
Man, I miss the hot dogs at DRT.
Yeah, with the what's that gentleman's name? We used to check him out, and he makes his own the spicy.
He's got the long one.
Yeah, big dogs. Oh
Yeah.
man, those are good.
Yeah. Mhm.
I think a field trip.
How do you get hot dogs on Grab and Go?
We tried looking yesterday. remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it's 9:59. We're KUAM FM. I got any Guam. This has been the Link on the Breeze, brought to you by Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E. I'm craving hot dogs now, guys. Good job. Thank you guys so much, Joe, sir. Good job, Jason. Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast.
And for what it's worth, I just fixed Breeze Microsoft Word
Thank you.
for the 8th time today.
Jay, what you got going on today? We dropping any shows?
Today's Thursday, so we have local music mashup coming up. Nestor Quintanilla, his daughter Jada, is going to make an appearance on that show, along with several other very, very talented local performers. So that's going to be up on our YouTube channel, probably sometime mid-morning, if not late afternoon. Then it's going to be on TV8 at 6:30. We were talking about Nestor's episode of In Full Zoom yesterday, where he talked with SBA Administrator Ken Lujan and also 2 bankers, Phil Flores of Bank Pacific and Ed Untalan of First Hawaiian Bank, and he's also the president of the Guam Bankers Association. That is a really good conversation. Kind of time was kind of weird today because of our accelerated schedule, so we're going to have that for you tomorrow. But if you want to watch that, and you really should check it out, that's on YouTube as well.
Yeah, and then tomorrow we'll also have a sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast with Victorious Falan. That's what we do on Fridays. Then we have Dave Delgado and a look at Link Sports for the week. Okay, again, it's 10 o'clock. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you, guys. I'll leave you with this one from the Loyal Migrants. Remember, it's The Breeze, your go-to jam. It's coming up. Yeah.
And just, stay tuned to KUAM. If we get any information, any update on the PUA situation, we will definitely pass it along to you.
All right. Again, my name's Chris.
And again? Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay,
no.
yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. She's Sabrina. That's not. Enjoy.